At NIM the Guru 8130 became a member.
chat. We're coming in after this song. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. We're going to come in after this song. Hello, chat. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. What's going on, chat? What is going on here? What's happening? I know. We're having a good time. I don't know why the chat is doing the thing that it's doing.
Yeah.
I don't really know why it's like putting everybody by their ats. It's not an option I can fix right now. I can't actually, like, I literally can't even click on your profiles. Pupper is right there. He's not even naked on sub. We will talk a little bit about me being slut shamed on the timeline. But hello, everybody. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube is doing this, but hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome back to the Outblock, your one-stop shop for everything commentary, news, and research on the internet. I'm your host, ValGEXE, and joining me today is some of my favorite people on the internet. One of them is not here right now. I know he'll be here later. I would love him. I would love if he's here later. But introducing the one,
yeah, I hope so too.
The only, it's Ash. What's going on, Ash?
Oh, nothing much. It's just Friday, end of my
You are
work
super
day.
low right now. Why are you so low?
Oh no.
I don't know why you're so
Actually-
low. You're so quiet on my end. Let me fix you. Let me fix
Oh,
you
maybe.
up. Now try.
Is that better?
Oh, yeah, a little bit.
I can turn myself up. Sorry, I'm sorry. Technical difficulties, chat.
It's okay. I mean, I can
better?
fix it on my end.
Is that better?
Yeah, just keep talking and I'll fix it.
Okay, chat. Yeah, it's end of my work day, and yesterday I was playing Death Stranding 2, and I was having a lot of fun. I got about like 2 hours into that, and still in the first chapter.
How's
I-
that
I've-
been?
I really like it so far. That there is like some story questions I have, but I won't say anything.
Yeah, I saw one of the big story things. Because spoilers, I don't really care about spoilers that much. It's not really my prerogative to care about spoilers. And I was like, that's a weird retcon. That person doesn't look like the same person they were last game. That's really interesting.
Oh, you mean Fragile?
No, Fragile looks the same. I'm talking about a specific character you haven't seen yet.
Oh, okay.
I don't like. Let's
Okay,
just
that's
say,
anything.
let's just say the flashback character doesn't look like the flashback character from the first game. But I will not spoil it.
Okay.
But yeah, you've been enjoying it? Because for those who don't know, Ash wasn't here the last stream because they were playing Death Stranding all the way through. How was that experience?
I would say I really liked the first Death Stranding, going back to it after like putting it down, just because like I kind of bounced off it initially.
Mhm.
My biggest quibble that I did not like about Death Stranding was like the credit sequence, quote unquote, where I won't say too much, but like your character runs around on a beach and like he stops to sit down. There's like a small cutscene. He gets up, runs around, sits down, has a small like talking cutscene, and that happens like several times. I'm like, this is AIDS. I hate it. Other than that, I really like the game.
Yeah, from what I could tell from the second game so far, the second game seems to deal with a lot of my story foibles I had in the first game, which was the spoilers for Death Stranding 1. Spoilers for Death Stranding 1. If you're ready, we're going to continue on. So, biggest like frustration I have for Death Stranding 1's story is essentially the world is interesting, Sam isn't. And that's
I agree.
And like I feel like they do fix part of that in the second game, because it feels like Sam is just like the MacGuffin, which quite literally Sam Porter is your MacGuffin. You learn that in like the last like hour of the game that he is the MacGuffin, and it's interesting, but I don't love it. And from what I can see from the second game, because Sam is not the immediate MacGuffin, you do get to see Sam interact more. And this is like not even a spoiler for this is how the game opens. It's not even a spoiler. Lou, your baby, has grown up a little bit more. So like already immediately Sam gets a lot more characterization in like the first like minute and a half, in my opinion, comparatively to the entirety of the last game.
To give credit to the first one, at least, the reason Sam is that way, at least in the first one, he's very antisocial, and it's the whole part. He's disconnected from other people. It's about him reconnecting with other people to grow as a person.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting.
He needs more like what Geralt did when he was alone, just like talking to himself. To kind of like he doesn't do that enough to kind of build up his personality.
Yeah, that is like one of the big things. Also, I'm gonna say it. People are gonna hate it. I don't think Norman Reedus is a very good actor. I think
I don't disagree.
I don't
disagree.
I think Norman Reedus is perfectly fine. Great job on making your bank from The Walking Dead and AMC as a whole. I just don't think Norman Reedus is very compelling as someone I'm spending hours with. If I'm spending literally 100+ hours with Norman Reedus, and the joke I constantly make is just his funky fetus is the most interesting thing,
yeah,
it is to me incredibly boring.
Fetus. Like, not gonna lie, they should have just had Matt Mikkelsen be the main character. And just had Reedus be the flashback character.
Honestly speaking, I would have actually enjoyed that. Yeah, that's the other thing. Norman Reedus is, as Q says, Norman Reedus is just really good at playing Norman Reedus.
It's like Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, it is like a personal sense of frustration for me, only because like I do feel like we are past the point. Oh, I forgot to send out a tweet for the stream. I will do that right now. I really think that we are past the point where we need Hollywood actors in video games. I know that that's Kojima's big thing.
He's a starfucker. With all due respect, because I love his games, but he's a starfucker.
I would say that. If we ever edit this, we'll edit this VOD. This will blah 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 blah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. This would be edited out anyways because it's the beginning. He's just kind of like, again, like Kojima is super interesting. Don't get me wrong. DS2, is there still piss? I think so.
Oh,
God
yeah, you
only
use your piss as
knows.
weapons still.
Yeah.
And your blood and your poop.
Yeah. I don't think, like, again, I don't think Norman Reedus is bad on paper. I would have enjoyed him actually being the villain.
Oh, yeah, I didn't like Higgs in the first one. I'm sorry. He's too try hard.
Well, yeah, well, guess what? They made Higgs the main villain of the second one, so.
Is it as bad as the first one?
Yeah, but, like, it's very obvious
Thank
they're
you.
making Higgs liquid, so it is. Hey, Jazz. Hey, Q, what's up?
Thank you.
Hi.
Hey, buddy. But,
Kojima?
we're just talking Kojima real quick. But yeah, it's
Okay.
hold up. I gotta do live now. Corpo shill as many times as I can. But yeah, it's just like Norman Reedus is interesting. I would have enjoyed Mads being the good guy. It's never. I mean, he has some movies where he is that. Would have been nice. There's another actor who I actually unironically would have preferred if not Norman Reedus and his funky fetus. Oh my god, who is oh my god. History of Violence. What the hell is that movie called?
Hugo Weaving?
No, it's not
no.
not Hugo Weaving.
Aragorn.
Aragorn, yes. Who played Aragorn?
Fucking.
At the Blue
name
Yokai
is
became a
escaping me.
member. At the
Thank
Blue
you,
Yokai
thank you.
celebrates 5 months of
No,
membership.
no!
Fauci plays Sam Porter
I
Bridges.
don't want to.
Now it's a musical.
No, I don't wanna.
Viggo Mortensen.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think
Yes,
Viggo
thank you.
would have played such a good Sam. Like, and I know that that's probably crazy because Viggo is old, and that's the whole point of Sam.
Sam was like in his 40s, right?
Yeah, Sam's like in his 40s. He's supposed to be younger in the beginning of the game, but like I think Viggo does Viggo has a lot of like somberness to a lot of his performances, and I think it would have been really, really cool. I do like Mads being in the game. Why is YouTube showing full names? I don't know, Yen. I can't even click on your guys' profiles right now. Like, this is one of the most like weird things. I would still take Norman over non-Jensen Ackles Winchester brother. Oh, you mean oh my god, Jared.
Name.
Jared? Yeah, I mean, he's fine.
Oh yeah, it is Jared. Jared something.
Yeah, I don't know if that would have ever been a thing. I didn't even know he was in the running for it.
I think it's just a typecast thing. Like Norman Reedus is just typecast for a certain type of character. Also
Jared
famously,
Padalecki, yes.
Yeah. Also famously, I forget her name. She was the pilot in the first Avatar movie. She keeps dying. She was also
lady?
the barbarian in the Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes.
Michelle Rodriguez.
But yeah, she also gets typecast the hell. Actually, the Dungeons and Dragons movie was the first movie I've seen her where she wasn't typecasted. Actually,
I mean, she's typecasted for roles she wants to be. To be fair to Michelle Rodriguez, she purposely likes the nerdy role. She wants to be typecasted, from what I understand. Like that's been her thing.
I'm just sad her characters always die.
I mean, listen,
a thing.
Look, he doesn't die. Just spoilers, right? I think like the 6th Fast and the Furious film. She doesn't die in that series.
She's not dead. She's alive.
Oh man, I can't believe I got it right. I've seen
because
all of them.
Noticed, for anyone
Sean
who
Bean always
watched
dies.
the D&D movie like 2 years ago.
Today we are exposing PPA who have unoriginal YouTube usernames by seeing if they have numbers in their names. Teehee.
Yen. That's hilarious. But yeah, it's super interesting. Yes, technically.
Yes, Sean Bean always dies.
Yes.
Or Sean Bean can't catch a break.
What else? We're doing like small service announcements like for the beginning of the stream before we get into our main topic. Yen, you will come up in a little bit. Don't you worry. I will say like high key, it is interesting that Death Stranding 2 exists. I know the ending of the game. Because again,
I swear to God, if you can,
Don't tell me I gotta play the first one yet.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. But the reason I say that is because I find the ending very interesting, and I'm curious if Kojima will just go on. I don't
Apparently
know if
it's really good. I've heard a lot of good things about it.
They fix a lot of my story faux pas, from what I could tell so far. There's still, like, mild ones. It's just, it is what it is. Like, Kojima is a weirdo, but I don't hate Kojima at all, so it's very bizarre to, I don't know, it's weird to hate Kojima. It feels like...
Kojima's scanning feet.
Look, the only time I have ever gone, oh, fuck off, Kojima, was when he said, oh, there's a totally valid reason why Quiet is half naked.
Yes.
And I'm like, oh, fuck, just say you want her naked, you gooner.
Kojima
He admitted to the goonery. He did admit it. He admitted to the goonery afterwards.
I liked her in D&D.
Yeah, it was good. Yes, Kojima... Bear Swagger, no spoilers. That's actually a spoiler that I won't... we're not talking about that. We won't talk about that. Granted, you would know that if you see the people that goes to Kojima Studio. Okay, I will say this. Kojima posts who, like, if you saw Kojima, like, face scanning and body scanning people, 100% you knew who was, like, gonna be the guest stars in this game. Which is just very funny. Kojima, Hideo Kojima is very famously, the creator and writer for the Metal Gear Solid games, also Police Knots, Snatcher,
Zone of the Enders.
Zone of the Enders.
Snatcher.
Well, I think Zone of the Enders, if I remember correctly, he's just a producer on. I'm not entirely sure if he's a head writer. I could be wrong.
No, at least the first one.
He wrote.
I can't remember. I thought he just attached his name on it because it was a part of his development team. And then yes, he did make what was the game? What's the PE? He made PE, which was supposed to be Silent Hills, featuring Norman Reedus,
Junji
but then
Ito and Guillermo del Toro.
And then it got canceled because Konami is insane.
Konami.
Again, it's just weird. No, Cola, we're not gonna do that.
One thing I will say is
not PE, PT. Thank you.
I don't know anything that happens in 2. My wish for if they do a 3 is that there's a time skip and Lou becomes the main character instead of
I love that PPL lost their minds
Sam.
when Kojima learnt to put music/sound on his Insta post sexty. He's
You
so
know,
goofy.
I follow Kojima,
Yes.
and yes,
Yeah.
he just can't stop posting music. The man is
Well, like
crazy about
that's
that.
why
And
his
photos of him with
games
Mads
are.
Mikkelsen.
But that's also why Kojima's games are somewhat impossible to stream, and Kojima will not give you a streamer mode. It is incredibly hilarious. I think it's very funny that Kojima will not add, to my knowledge, if I can't remember, he doesn't add streamer modes into certain games. So it's
technically mod the PC version.
Yeah.
Remove the music.
But it's very, very funny. He likes sleep though. Yeah, you could also see Kojima review movies. One of his favorite movies is the Paddington Bear series, unironically.
Really?
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, he loves. Okay, so
I did not know that.
if you follow Kojima on Twitter,
Yeah.
here's what you do. If you see Kojima mention a movie, if Kojima writes a long post, he likes the movie. If Kojima says, I saw X movie, and that's it,
Yeah.
he hated it.
Yeah.
He
Hated it.
hated it. It's so
man,
fun. It's so funny. It's one of the
I
funniest
remember,
things.
when I don't know if you guys remember the film Polar came out. It would start Mads Mikkelsen,
Mhm.
and half of the movie is complete utter dog shit. The
Yeah.
other half is good because it has Mads Mikkelsen in it. And I
It's
don't
so
think
funny.
I think he just gave it glowing reviews just because Mads Mikkelsen is in it.
Yeah.
He probably likes the first Doctor Strange movie then.
Well, I mean, again, Kojima very famously steals from movies. Escape from New York and Escape from LA is literally the plot of predominantly all of Metal Gear.
I mean, Snake Plissken is Snake.
Yes.
Yeah, literally, it's Kurt Russell. Yeah.
It's Kurt Russell. It's like the idea of the president of the United States being an evil asshole is a theme that he loves very much. Listen, I won't give Kojima shit for it, but I do think it's funny that he will constantly, like, that's his big thing, is that he loves doing that. But yes, chat, with all that out of the way, let's get to our little preamble before the start of the stream. So let's get to the camera watch. Now, chat, I want to talk about something real quick. If you haven't seen, for some reason, I am being slut-shamed on the internet. But I'm not going to show you the slut-shaming post, because I don't care.
Oh, man.
I don't
Being
particularly...
objectified.
I don't particularly care about the slut-shaming posts. I don't, like... This is my program. I can run my stream however I want. If you don't like it, I guess you don't have to watch it. I don't complain about other people's streams. That's pretty much it. Serious streams have serious topics, and we treat it seriously with lighthearted jokes here and there. But if we do like a lighthearted stream, it is what it is. But we will get there. We will get there. But I want to thank Yen very much, because Yen goes on to say, I don't know how this supermodel fell into my feed, but I would feel like the world should see this human specimen 10 out of 10. Now, that's not what got me. Philosopher, thank you so much for the 5.
Food for the pupper.
Thank you. That is not what got me. It is the troll post beneath it that made me laugh so hard that I wanted to start the stream with this. Char did nothing wrong. Base the name, by the way. Base name. I kind of love this.
Never happened.
Like, I love this. I don't know who you are, Char. If you are a hate follower, please know that this is hilarious. He said he could always get a job being Pedro Pascal's stunt double / stand-in for people wanting to punch him in the face. Literally the funniest thing I have ever seen.
I am gay for Falgi for another 3 days.
Thank you. And that means we've hit our goal, chat. We've hit our goal. You know what time it is. If you're new here to the Up Block, every time we hit our goals, we feed that dog. And we sing a little ditty right doing it. So first and foremost, chat, you win another goal. Hold up, we're going to do this. Feed that doggo.
Essentially, on Twitter, you got stupid, sexy Flanders.
Yes, we're going to get there. We're going to get there.
You.
And chat, you know the song. It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed the dog now. On the Uplock stream tonight. Yes, everybody, it's time to feed that dog. There she is. Go get her, girl. Look at her go, chat. Look at her go. But good girl. This is so bizarre seeing your guys' ats. I am so jarring. It's so incredibly jarring. Also, Char did nothing wrong. This is hilarious for like multiple reasons. One, thank you. You think I'm good looking enough to pass off as Pedro Pascal's body double? That is that's amazing. Like, I think it's just so funny to me that like I can pass off as Pedro Pascal's body double. Like, it's so good. Fix us, Fauci. Fix our names. We suffer. I can't. It's a YouTube issue. YouTube.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I don't know why it's doing it right now. It seems like YouTube is having a fuck you Wookie moment. So I can't even fix it. Good thing my is always the same.
Same with me.
But like, again, close on. But like, this is just funny to me. This is hilarious. I'm having a good time with this. This was a really good troll thing. Again, I don't care if people slut shame me on the internet. It's just very cringe and very gay. If like I don't take it
Cringe and
seriously at
gay.
all. But chat, that's not why we're here. That's not why we're here. We are here to
look at
do
Fauci's
one
nipples.
thing and one thing only. We are here to stop killing games. Chat, before we start, it's Uncle Greg. What's going on, Greg?
Hi, Greg.
What's going on, Greg?
Nothing. We're streaming.
Nice. So, chat, we're gonna
tiny, though.
stop
We need to make a sticker.
killing games. Yes, chat. If you don't remember, because we actually put it up today.
Thank you.
We put up, and Greg, shout out to Greg. Greg is the one that edited it. We put out a video on the furry ERP stuff, and that's the things that Pirate Software, aka Thor, doesn't want you to know. Thor doesn't want you to know that he's a little furry freak, that he is just a little gay furry freak, that he just likes to get his freak on with stickers and weird hyenas. It's very bizarre and very weird. I don't know what's happening to the ferrets. Let's hope the ferrets are safe at the sanctuary.
Why hyenas?
Okay, don't say that
That's
about
my
the
question.
ferrets.
That's my question. Why hyenas?
Because
All
Well,
animals.
it- in the for ERP, there was a reference
Oh,
to
did I-
members
I missed
being
that.
similar
Yes.
shaped and or sizes.
yes,
Oh. Okay. All right.
yes.
We looked in the pit of despair. We found Bad Dragon.
I didn't know there was a reason for hyenas. Okay, a question answered.
Yeah, the
Continue.
hyenas are very bizarre, very weird. Hyenas are very common in the furry fandom for reasons. Yeah, it's the females.
Oh man,
I know
who
why.
else?
Is,
it
is that
what
is
other
that
degenerate
why?
also has a
Because the
furry
female
hyenas?
hyenas have a
Pseudo penis.
I can't even. Thank you.
Mhm.
I wasn't sure if I could say it or not.
Yeah.
I mean, what other
Okay.
Twitter degen also has a hyena Sona that we know of?
Yeah, let's not go there, please, for the love of God. But
Yeah.
it's very interesting because last time on Pirate Software, a lot of people were rightfully calling him out because it's not so much that he did the furry ERP stuff. Again, I think Lyric was overblowing and putting a lot of loaded language in some of their statements regarding their interactions with Thor and all of that. My bigger issue, Black Flower, thank you for the $2.
Gave me psychic damage.
Yes, it did. That ERP did give me psychic damage. Thank you, thank you. It's just the fact that his actions are so like obvious that he's like incredibly he's incredibly narcissistic. Don't take my word for it. Dr. K did a whole thing with him. I don't like Dr. K personally. I
Same,
find
we vibed
Dr.
her off.
healthygamer.gg I find incredibly problematic on the internet. It's the same way that I find Dr. Phil incredibly problematic. It's great that he's trying to promote mental health, but I really don't like the way that he does it. It's very showy. It's very for TV. In a lot of cases, I feel like it's just like it's not very indicative of like a real therapy session would look like. I personally have like a lot of I think it's very unethical. Personally, I just think it's unethical. And again, a board also did because he almost lost his license. But that's neither here nor there. But Thor was there. We're not gonna go over that video. I don't want to. But Pirate Software is literally arguing with Dr. K on his program about his narcissistic behavior. And it's incredibly weird. It's very interesting because it's very clear that Thor, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, I don't know a lot about his upbringing. I know his dad worked at Blizzard. I don't know what his dad did at Blizzard. But to me, it feels, I don't know. It feels like Thor suffers from, or aka Pirate Software, suffers from like affluenza. And for those who don't know what like affluenza is, it's people who come from like affluent backgrounds that lack a certain like moral center or this like certain understanding of social norms and things like that. very famously, someone at, I believe it was, oh my God, was it the Stanford this is actually really sad. I think it was the swimmer. There was a date rape, I believe at Stanford, if I remember correctly. And the swimmer, one of the defenses was, he was so affluent he didn't understand the concept of right and wrong when it came to taking advantage of an unconscious woman. And it was
that
very,
Brock
very
Peters?
weird. Hmm?
The
I
Brock
think,
Peters?
yeah, it was Brock Peters, if I remember correctly.
Oh my god. Wasn't she like unconscious in the alleyway also?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
was
was like a
the
whole
guy
thing,
who got off because the
Yeah.
judge was something to the effect of, "Oh,
Lost in Worlds,
he's
thank you for the
just
3
a
months.
Lost in
kid."
Worlds 15 became a member.
Brock
and
Turner.
Lost in
Yeah,
Worlds
Turner,
Thank you.
yeah.
15 celebrates 3 months of membership. Time to draw my polyculoses with the op crew.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you?
Thank you. I mean, sure. Fucking
Do it.
go for it.
Do it,
Just
coward.
be respectful. That's all we ask. But yeah, Brock Turner. Yeah, it's such a weird thing because he just comes off this way of having such a self-important mien. And I find it so incredibly interesting because Thor, in my opinion, has been masquerading as like an indie dev. And I truly do mean that because Thor is, in my opinion, using his indie devness to be a streamer and to be an online personality. I personally don't think he cares about his game. That's my personal opinion. That's evident by the fact that Heartbound has been stuck in development hell for all these periods of time with fake updates. We watched it. He does lie about updates. He certifiably lies about updates about his game, which is like insane. He is literally woke gay grums. Like,
I was gonna say he's leftist.
Grums.
he is
He's left.
yeah, he is leftist grums. It is very interesting to see the evolution of Pirate Software. Kind of like his fall from grace has been really, really interesting. I do think it's actually accurate to call him a lolcow at this point. Just the way that he interacts with the internet, the way that he's been interacting with how his controversies have taken place, and most recently, as it's come out now, was his feelings about stop killing games. Now, if you look at the pin post above, if you are from the EU area, please sign the petition about stop killing games. We are going to watch all of the intro to it. I do want to just get straight to the Pirate Software part of Stop Killing Games, but I am going to just like highlight what Stop Killing Games is really about. Stop Killing Games is about games preservation and archival. Essentially, one of the main instances and main not selling points, but main stances for Stop Killing Games is to prevent the specifically like live service games from shuttering and disappearing because you own the game, but the company no longer wants to have a dedicated server or uptick the game, and you also can't get your money back for that. So the concept is to future-proof those games by giving and potentially having the ability for the audience of said games to future-proof them by creating their own servers for the games. Is Pirate Software EU? No, he's American. But that's one of the many things that they're fighting for. Go on, Q.
No, it's just something you mentioned about a minute or so ago. Just reminded me of something that I saw today. So this has become kind of obviously a topic in the gaming commentary space. And guess who's suddenly talking about it now that Thor is looking bad?
Grums.
Grums.
I mean,
Yeah.
Grums
good
literally
on him.
posted about it saying, I should
Start looking into game preservation. I'm like, of course you would look into it now, wouldn't you, motherfucker? Now that like another one of your guys you don't like is suddenly getting roasted for it.
Yeah, but like I think Pimenta kind of said it very interestingly. Pirate Software, from what it appears to be, has always literally just been a corpo. Pirate Software is a corpo. Like it's very evident, it's very honest. He just masquerades as an indie dev. He masquerades as a little guy.
I mean, he says he used to work. Was it for DARPA for like doing hacking power plants or something?
Yeah, this is like so weird. It's just like so bizarre, and that's like one of those things where I don't understand why it's like that, and it's just so like I don't understand how that even.
He explains it as that he was able to basically cheat the YouTube Shorts system and basically get like a lot of subs through that.
So you know, I understand that, but I don't like my whole thing. I don't care about his rise. It's really
This
not.
is like staying power.
It's not his rise. It's just looking at him as a person.
I would
And
also say that a good thing that's probably gonna be tainted because of Thor is that every year, maybe twice a year, Thor does like a game jam, and I've actually participate in that game jam. And it's really good, and because like a lot of people in his Discord are like around game dev, it's really easy to find other people who want to do game dev.
But like that's like. But then again, that's like Thor's whole thing too, is that Pirate Software also tries to champion that anybody could be a game dev, right? But it's interesting because in Thor's responses to stop killing games, because we will get to how he misinterprets it, Thor literally is like, well, why don't you think about the developer? Why can't you think about the developer? Developer this, developer that. We're talking about fucking AAA game studios. I don't care.
They're just little guys. They're little guys.
Activision Blizzard is not a AAA studio. And also, to be fair, Thor's an idiot because he clearly doesn't understand how the political system works and how lobbying for concepts and lobbying for movements works. Because you can't grandfather games that don't exist anymore. Which is like something weird that Thor believes at one time. We'll get to it when we get to that section of the video. But again, what Stop Killing Games is advocating for is for archival. Because Stop Killing Games is wrapped up in the right to repair. For those who don't know, the right to repair movement, especially here in the United States of America, is the right to fix your own appliances, as well as mechanic shops and even PC shops to exist without getting the tacit endorsement of the provider and of the maker of the materials. So you don't have to pay. Sorry.
No, sorry. I was going to point out, like, it's not just that. It's also like the farming industry.
Yes.
We don't think about that very often. But
I was going to get the John Deere.
Okay,
because
all right.
For those who don't know, the reason why right to repair is so difficult in the United States is because of John Deere. Yes, that John Deere, who makes your tractors and all those things. Because you'd think, look at all of these farmers. Farmers have to know how to fix their own equipment before it all breaks apart, before they have to get a mechanic there. A lot of them have to understand what they're doing. The agricultural sector is filled with a lot of home mechanics. And
it's literally a lot of home mechanics. Like, I was raised on farms, so like it's something that's kind of personal to me.
Yeah.
So to give you some context, just as an example, I don't mean to derail Felgy.
No, you're fine. Go, because it's really important. I think it's really important to discuss this.
A granary combine, and this is just the vehicle. We're not talking the rack, stuff you can do for different crop types. I'm talking about the actual vehicle. Set down right now, brand new. I believe it's a $500,000 price. That is default for a combine. It is not a cheap piece of equipment to buy. And so John Deere, they want to wrap that up in like proprietary contracts to be like, you can only go to a John Deere facility to get things repaired. And farmers are just like, no, we'll just stick with the same models from the 80s because we know how to work on those, and they last for literally ever. So now we saw it with phone tech, specifically phone tech your tech.
Yeah.
The what's the terminology where it obsolete planned obsolescence.
Yes.
They're now
I was just
doing
about to get
that
into
with
that.
farming equipment.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Go continue.
No, but that's a perfect, like, that is the perfect segue into what planned obsolescence is. Like, Axis, thank you for the 5, man.
Heartbound? You mean Undertale there, point 5? Yes, I am saying that because Jason hates the comparison. Also play Side 7
Yes,
Gundam
Gundam
Evo.
Evo. God, Axis and I have talked about this. Gundam Evolution was a Gundam hero shooter. Wasn't the best game in the world, but it was pretty interesting. And like people have made fan servers for the games. Yeah, we'll call it Undertale version 0.5. I will piss off Thor as much as I want at this point because this is you should call him Jason instead of Thor because he's not clearly cool enough to have the nickname like Thor. I don't really care. I'll call him Jason. I'll call him Thor. I'll call him Pirate. Like it's all gonna like, it is gonna
I mean,
just
like-
meld.
Look at
You
like
know
this.
who we're talking about.
Yeah.
Deltarune has come out and fucking Silk Song will most likely be out before Heartbound is
Yeah.
out. But will it come out before GTA 6?
Yeah.
The another planned obsolescence item that you don't think about, light bulbs.
Yeah.
Light bulbs
Yep.
can last a lot longer than
Yep.
than we normal. I guess in the 90s and early 2000s, I remember replacing them way
One
more
fun
frequently
thing
now
they're trying
than
to
now.
put into force obsolescence, your furnaces.
Which is
Your
crazy.
furnaces. They're the only reason why I know is because my wife works in advertising, and they're already trying to look at how they can do force obsolescence in furnaces, and otherwise HVAC. So like your water softener, your water heater, shit like that.
Yeah, it's just like really crazy because for those who don't know why something like this is very important, one of the biggest things, I don't really talk about it a lot because I'm very passionate about this, but like not to the point where I would do what the hell is this dude's name? Like what is this dude's like Ross? What like Ross is actually doing.
Louis Rossman.
Yeah. What Ross is doing is fighting for archival and preservation.
No, Louis Rossman was the Stop Killing Gays guy.
Well, yes,
This is just Ross.
no,
from
yeah, that's
Yes,
what I'm saying.
he
Rewind.
was. Yeah,
Louis Rossman is whatchamacallit is Right to Repair. But what Ross is doing here is fighting for archival purposes. If you're a fan of lost media, you should know the importance of it. One of my favorite shows growing up, and this is why I've always been very interested in archival purposes and archival purposes for media, was a Cartoon Network show called Megas XLR. And that
God.
and it put me down a rabbit hole of how do cartoons and other types of media just disappear.
Fucking
Sometimes
Infinity Train just
Yeah,
got deleted.
Infinity Train getting deleted, things like that. And the idea is when something is considered bankrupt, it just disappears because they're not allowed to sell it anymore. They're not allowed to have, not allowed to, like house it anymore. And so it just disappears off the face of the earth, and you're lucky if somebody archived it. That's why you have a lot of lost media of that type, because a company could say, well, this show didn't meet the aspect of toy sales that we believed it should have. So we're just going to get a tax write-off and say it never mattered. Now, is that a great thing? No. Go on.
It's different. It's different with like physical products versus media. Because when it's media, there are many times only single moments or very few windows where you could experience them through their like legal means of being produced or being distributed. But like a toy, if they need, or this isn't the same, but like when it was like one of the sports games got sued because they weren't paying athletes or something, or they weren't crediting
NCAA.
athletes
So
appropriately.
NCAA.
Not the same thing, but another situation where they were destroying the games instead of I don't know, I guess like passing them out or something to people to play for free.
I will give the best example that I think of, and that is when Hasbro realized the sale of Transformers
Yes.
was going down, they made a movie
Yes,
to
Pimento,
kill
you can.
off all the characters that everyone loved, and you had crying children leaving the theaters because they killed Optimus Prime and Ironhide and everyone else. All so you could buy Hot Rod, and no one fucking likes Hot Rod.
Yeah. And I think it's just like, this is like one of those things where it's incredibly interesting because we are looking at kind of the death of the way that people understand media today. Now, one of the biggest pluses for Stop Killing Games is quite literally, you don't need to pirate the game. Yes, I know. We will talk about off-brand. Off-brand does come up, Pimenta. Thank you for that. Pirate Software has a vested interest in something like Stop Killing Games not working. Not only the fact is Pirate Software a publisher employee of off-brand games, which very famously is helping the creation of Rivals of Aether 2, which is a 2D Smash-like that is a live service game. From what I also understand, Heartbound was also supposed to have some live service features at one time. So it's like very, very weird. Oh my god, I didn't know that yet.
For
That's
me,
awesome.
I'm quite passionate about pro wrestling. There is a lot of lost media for old territory matches and indie matches that hold historic values to wrestlers' careers.
Yeah. Greg's
There's,
also very passionate about wrestling.
Yeah, there's a lot of like people who are in the industry now, like a lot of like personal family history, like uncles and fathers and grandfathers that have wrestled in the 70s and 80s that got recorded that is just lost or is owned by somebody where they're not releasing it for one reason or another.
Mm-hmm. And like, here's the thing, like Rivals of Aether has been like a very successful game, don't get me wrong. From what I understand, there may or may not be because one of his dads is the head of the game company. Sure, yeah, thank you. But like from what I understand, Heartbound may or may not have live service elements. I'm not entirely sure how that works. I don't know enough about Heartbound to say that conclusively, but what is very obvious is that Thor has a vested interest in something like Stop Killing Games not working. And I'm going to sit here and say that the comments Thor makes about Stop Killing Games are slanderous. They're just downright slanderous. Some would say libelous. I think that he is lying. That's my personal opinion. If fucking Furry Fucker 5000, the Pirate Software developer of Undertale version 0.5, wants to say that I'm lying on his name, go ahead and try. This is an opinion. I have an opinion based on your own statements that I feel are malicious and do not align with any of the facts. And on the website of Stop Killing Games, you purposely do not talk to Ross. You say, you lie and say that his community is malicious without talking to the guy. And then when anyone tries to talk to you about the fact that you are misinforming people, you get incredibly upset and you act like a child. Quite literally, go fuck yourself. You are CORPO shill. You will always be a CORPO shill. And that's just what you are. But if you don't want to take my word for it, let's look at the Stop Killing Games video about the end of Stop Killing Games and his frustrations with Pirate Software. So we're going to go here. And I want to say this right now. Again, please, if you are from the EU, please support the link above. It's really, really important to archive games. It's really, really important to archive media as a whole. Stop Killing Games is actually a good stopgap for piracy that people don't understand, because people will buy your game and then buy the service. That people will then buy the fan service to keep the game alive. Like, it's actually
Think of it, chat. one day Orc Massage will be deleted off the internet and you'll be never play it again.
Well, it's because at the end of the day, you're not at a certain point. You aren't. We have.
We don't talk about this enough.
Yes.
But all the media that you own, you do not technically own.
No.
Every
You don't
thing that you
license to
have
own it.
are technically licenses. The physical discs you have are not ownerships of the media themselves.
Yeah.
They're licenses to watch the movies or to watch a TV show or to play the games.
Mhm,
You
mhm.
never.
Yeah.
It's how it's always been like written, I guess, in law, that you're just never the owner of it, and that's just how it's been set up. But I think that's bullshit, personally.
And just to highlight for a second, so nobody says that we're lying.
Anyone who has a hobby or passion should care about this. This goes so
Yeah.
much deeper than games in the long run. This is
Yeah.
for everyone, not just gamers.
And just to highlight the fact that in 2024, Jason Thor Hall, aka Pirate Software, was brought on as an independent creator through off-brand games. Just to highlight that for a second so nobody says that we're making that up. But no, he is brought on. I don't care about him saying, well, him or Ludwig saying that he makes minimum wage. It shouldn't matter. He's a streamer with like thousands of dollars now. I think he got addicted to the streamer money and doesn't want to finish his goddamn game. And that's
Also, he has a side project he does on stream as well, which is like a revamped, retooled Minecraft server that plays like an MMO that he spends a lot of time working on instead of Heartbound.
yeah. Again, that's what
That
I'm saying.
technically
Like,
can't hold more than like 30 people at a time or it crashes.
it's just what I'm saying. Like, there's issues with the way that Pirate Software is addressing and presenting Stop Killing Games to the point where I do think it's malicious. It appears by all surfaces to be malicious. But let's hear from Ross. And to Ross's credit, the meanest thing I could say about Ross is he never used the drama to bring attention to this at any point. I think he should have. I think it's very short-sighted to be kind to Pirate Software.
Lord Rush tipped $3.33. I was
Thank you.
halfway through season 1 of Xavier,
Thank you.
Renegade Angel, when the
Yeah.
whole show disappeared from
Yes.
HBO Max. I couldn't watch it until it miraculously appeared on Adult Swim's YouTube. Sign the fucking
God.
petition.
Yeah. Please,
And-
if you are in the EU, please share it with your
Yes.
friends even. Share it with your family members. Get your whole household to sign it. Like, this is insane. But let's listen a little bit now.
I don't want to do this next part, but it's become a liability for the campaign for me not to.
Hey, Axis with a 10. Thank you, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, the license thing has always been that way. That's why in the old FBI movie pre-screen thing it says it's illegal to do mass screenings of movie discs you own, even if it's a free screening.
Yep.
Our biggest critic by far is YouTuber and streamer Pirate Software, who goes by Thor. If your only exposure to Stop Killing Games has been this video,
By the way, this is a thumbnail. Great, Thor. already could feel that one of the biggest streamers and biggest proponents for indie game development already is predisposed to hate this thing. You don't provide, and we'll get into it. One of my biggest issues with Thor is he doesn't provide any critique or measures for Stop Killing Games to improve their message. He literally, you'll see it in this video, he literally just says, fuck this shit.
Yeah, his response is just no. Like, it's not even
Yeah,
like
it's
a.
you can't do
it's not-
anything about this.
He doesn't have any.
stop.
Well, yeah, he doesn't have any insight. He doesn't have any options of
Yeah.
what he thinks could be better. He's just saying no.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, that's if you want to feel that way, but I feel like a lot of other people are not going to agree.
Yeah, Loki masquerading as Thor is crazy. That's really funny. I kind of might use that later.
then you've been misinformed. This video is by someone who does not understand the campaign,
Yeah.
has been trying to stop it, and has been making up what it is about. I am not saying that lightly. I will prove it in a minute. Now you might be thinking, okay, so some YouTuber got something wrong on the internet. So what? See, that was my thinking too. The problem is how...
Hey, Rex, thank you so
Never
much.
trust anti-preservationists. They always have some sinister agenda.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. There are instances where pirate software is pro archival. When he's talking to a dev, where it behoove him to be pro archival, because it'd be very uncomfortable for him to not be pro archival.
Yen tipped $4.20. My last rant on this topic.
No, rant, continue.
This is so important. If you find any media you value, you think has memorial value, it's going to go under, archive it. You are in the grand scheme saving human history. No matter how trivial it is, our history should be saved.
Yes. I said this in Diesel's stream. I was crashing out. I'm very angry at Thor. Like I'm like legitimately angry, because this is a corpo show, and I'm not like a bleeding heart liberal. I personally don't give a shit if there's government oversight. Corporations are going to exist no matter how much you give a shit. So stop making that your goddamn platform all the time. I own a small business. I understand the importance of it. My whole thing is, I'm so upset because planned obsolescence exists everywhere. The idea that every game that you love can be pulled off of Steam and you can't enjoy it anymore, so you need to save every game you've ever purchased on like 11 terabytes of bought external hard drives to literally just keep your like products alive. Back in my day, and you can still do it. It's why I support, and you too should support your local libraries. Because back in my day, you could rent games from your local library. You can rent games from the drugstore down the street. I remember renting a game from the local drugstore down the street. It was an N64 game where you would grab objects as this like cute claymation girl. And I know that as a child, I did not understand it. I know Treasure made the game. It's very, very good, allegedly. I couldn't tell you what the game is now. But, like, that is what you do. There are certain libraries that only concern certain media. Very famously, if you are a US person and know this, very famously, I believe it's the library in New York or the library of, I don't think it's the Library of Congress, but some library, has the only copy of the Pokemon the musical recording, a literal video recording in like the banisters to record the entire musical that was going across the nation. I remember wanting to see it as a child and never being able to go. And that's like a huge thing. It's the only recording that exists. I'm sure Nintendo has it somewhere. I'm sure somebody, yes, Pokemon had a musical in the 90s. Like in the late aughts, the early aughts, the early 90s, the late 90s, early aughts, Pokemon had a musical.
If you think Pokemon was ever popular, then the late 90s, early 2000s was pinnacle.
Yeah.
The closest we ever got to that again was 2016 with Pokemon Go. And even then, kind of not really.
There was a reason why they South Park did a whole episode making fun of Pokemon.
Yeah.
Chim Pokemon.
Yeah.
Because it was
Chim
that
Pokemon,
like prolific. Like every kid I knew about Pokemon and had like a game if they could get games.
So
and Yen's absolutely correct. It shouldn't be locked up in a museum. It should be available.
Our art is our culture. Don't let Corpo control it.
I will bounce off. I'll figure out what Falgi say. I just got back, but I cannot figure what's going on. Is if you this is only if you have the ability to. I'm not going to say like spend money on it, but if you can find a used game store, I personally try to rebuild my own collections of like
Access
BTW Falgi.
Yes.
I
know what you mean.
PS1, NC4, PS2. I like go through and I try to buy games that I enjoyed because I don't know if I'm ever going to see them again. And some of them, you may not see them again. Especially for stuff like NES and SNES, things that only have a certain finite, shelf life. You might have to replace a battery and just you can save games on it.
Yeah. And it's like really important too, like for archival purposes, like where things are. And like, for instance, I think this is like really, really important to highlight. This is an aside, but fuck it, I don't care. So this is the Pokemon musical. It was lost media for a long time.
Hugh, I've been doing that too, with movies as well.
Same. I've also been doing it with movies.
It was lost media until 2012, with a whole performance then coming out in 2016. And then in the summer of 2020, a user posted an edit with restored elements from almost every performance from the shows run on YouTube. Like, this stuff was available and nobody knew where it was. This is why archival is like incredibly important, and then why I think Thor is being incredibly malicious by purposely misrepresenting Stop Killing Games. Let's get into it. I'm angry. I'm really mad.
Incredibly influential this YouTuber has been. Remember that list of coverage on the campaign? Well, best I can tell, Thor's coverage has been bigger than literally anyone else on those lists, except Asmongold. And the only video Asmongold had on this bigger than Thor's was about Thor's video. So for all practical purposes, Thor here has been the #1 voice on the campaign.
Insane. With the amount of tech YouTubers that have covered this, and the amount of gaming YouTubers that covered this, it is Thor, who is popular because he's supposed to be the indie dev, I broke the algo supreme guy, is telling you to not support a movement for archival. And his reasons are so incredibly petty.
And he's been lying about what it is. That's a bit loaded, though. In this case, I'm using the second definition of lie.
No, it's the first one. It's the first one. I do not give a shit.
Lie. I have no evidence it's the first. This video came out right as we were building momentum, then except for one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork. This put me in kind of a no-win scenario, too. Because if I ignored it, then a lot of people are going to get misinformed about the campaign. But if I did a response video, which is not something I wanted to do anyway, then it might look like drama farming, which could understandably turn off a lot of people from the campaign, because it's not about that at all.
Farm
so
the drama!
Made this video trying to clear up all misconceptions and concerns about the initiative, with timestamps for everyone's questions, hoping the truth would eventually come out. I can see now that was a mistake. I should have just embraced the drama.
This is like a big thing. Drama farming is not bad. I say this all the time. Lanza, I'm on a list. What's the Lanza? I know you're making a video on somebody. You and I gotta talk later. I have things for you. If you want to see what was inside that Discord server, I have it. You and I just message me later. We can talk. I'll just send it over to you because I know you're making a video on Dan. I'll just send you what was in that Discord server. This is like, again, put me on a list. I don't really care. Like, this is insane.
To this day, I'm still getting frequent comments and emails about the same falsehoods about the campaign that originated in this video. Well, now I have nothing to lose. If we don't get the signatures, then none of this matters anyway. So if this campaign is failing...
No, I know it's a pirate reference. I knew. I know. I'm just fucking with you, dude.
Because of me.
Bro said that was someone said a mean thing about him. Yeah, no, I know. He also bans anybody that talks about the furry ERP, which is very clearly real. And it's okay to be real. It's okay for it to be real. I don't understand why honestly speaking, there is a lot of stuff that's defensible in that. There is emotional manipulation, but I believe on both sides. I do think Thor's is egregious, but I do think so is Lyrics. Lyrics saying, "Oh, I didn't know what hookup culture was," as a person in college is incredibly lying.
Me not talking about this, then I'll at least correct history here on the way down. I'll get this over with and go over what I think are the biggest points of Pirate Software's videos.
Draft! Thank you so much for the £10.
I got the physical there. Of the first American McGee's Alice game that wasn't being sold on Steam, Epic Games or anywhere, aside from Xbox Store. And it's an add-on, not separate game like the original.
Yeah. Hold up, I gotta make a tweet. Quartering. How do I at the quartering? What is his at?
The quartering?
The quartering?
The quartering?
Why don't you look it up before you start to tweet?
The
Why would you
quartering.
ask us? Why would we know?
This right now. No, Diesel still hasn't gotten the book, so
I know.
I'm just adding the quartering in a quote tweet.
He can't. It's fine. It's what is he gonna do about it?
It's his store. Make it right.
Yeah, but Diesel's already doing it on his own end. It's
I'm
fine.
making a joke. I don't care. It's funny.
I'm not going to go over everything because collectively, Thor has made hours of video on both me and the movement. I'd be here forever. Believe me, I could address smaller things too, and kind of already have. All right, let's start. Okay, point number 1. Thor does not understand what Stop Killing Games is.
Yes, he doesn't!
Here it is in his words.
So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games...
Oh shit, that's right, chat. We hit a goal! We hit a goal! We can finally feed that dog!
Wow, good news, we can finally feed the dog.
Yes, we can. Greg?
Thank you.
Greg?
Yeah, I'm here.
It's Q's turn to sing the song. Q, sing the song! Okay. Oh no. Can Q sing the song?
Q.
Ash, it's time to sing for the dog.
It's time to feed that dog, Q. If you're not there, Greg, it's time to sing that song.
Oh, me. I already did it. Q's not allowed.
Okay, he's not allowed. Greg, it's time to sing the song.
I did it last time.
And Ash did it last time. Fine, I'll do it again. It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed the dog now. On the Uplock stream tonight. Yes, everybody, Q can't sing the song, but it's okay, I can. If you remember to like and subscribe and donate again, and you too can feed that dog. There you go, girl. Look at her go, chat. Look at her go. Look at her eat. Look at her eat. That's for the puppers, and you too can feed that dog. Thank you very much. Let's go back to Thor being a piece of shit.
Initiatives is basically we don't want single player games
to
have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. They need to be
Stop Killing Games has nothing to do with DRM. And also DRM sucks. Why are we doing this? DRM has always sucked.
Yep.
He's already wrong! It has nothing to do with
DRM. Talk.
It's okay, it's okay.
You'll get the next one.
Okay.
Chat, we have to reach the next goal so Q sings the song. But he's already wrong, and the information is in front of him! It has nothing to do with DRM, you lying sack of shit!
be specific that they're talking about single player games that do not need a server to support them. And as much as they want it to be about specifically games where it is a single player game that has always online functionality, it would impact every live service game that exists.
No, it only impact it doesn't grandfather games in, you stupid idiot. Yes, we'll get to the gacha one.
Also, I want to say Thor's point about gachas going away because of Stop Killing Games is bullshit. Notorious Dead Guna Gotcha Destiny's Child gave every single player a memorial version on EOS.
It's the same and the same thing. Thank you, Access, for the 10. Oh, you know what other game did that? Mega Man. Mega Man had a gotcha game, and very famously, Mega Man X-Dive got a single-player offline version because people liked the game.
Why is Thor even trying to defend gotcha games? Because I think if gotcha games went away, nobody would be all that mad about it.
What if I told you Thor actually did go at gotcha games in a way through the Chinese government, and he said it was based? That is a future clip.
Wow.
But yeah.
Okay.
You'll hear Thor later say that he doesn't like government involvement. But then when China does it, Thor is totally okay with it. Which again,
it's like Thor just doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Thor doesn't want to talk of the fact that I don't know. Konami, who was a renowned dev, realized, we can make a lot more money off gotcha games and we're just gonna ignore all these IPs that everyone fucking loves. I would love for a new Castlevania to come out, but it's not gonna happen.
Oh, why not?
They'll just release the old games over and over and over in collections that I don't care about.
Again, vested interest. Just remember.
Instead of just targeting single-player, always online games.
No, that's not what it is. Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them. He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression. This is what I mean. It's harder for gamers to understand this because they come with so many assumptions. It's like that saying about doctors being the worst patients.
So this is like a big thing too, previously in Thor's video, just to make reference to what he's saying. Oh my god. Ross makes a correct comparison, in my personal opinion, to the fact that gamers, as well as like other people, just like people with your phones, right? Your phones, like they're gonna be obsolete soon. Planned obsolescence. I have a crack in my phone. I don't really care about it. I've had cracks in my phones before. It doesn't really bother me until the phone screen doesn't break. But yes, I will play the AM thing soon. One of the things is that we are conditioned to believe we should not have the right to own the products that we have or repair them or continue to own them and upkeep them. It's the same thing with your refrigerator. It's the same thing with a bunch of different things. Like, perfect fun fact, right? This is something that happened recently. My parents' water heater broke. And we went through the water heater company versus fixing it through their water provider. Fun fact, it was cheaper to fix it through the water provider. You just paid more over a period of time. You just were paying over a longer period of time because it was going through your water bill than a flat rate paying the manufacturer to get a singular part to make sure your water heater doesn't implode. Insane.
Explode.
Implode. It's gonna go boom. Gonna go big boom. But like, that's like, yes. And just like Yen like accurately highlights, this is what pirate software does. Dumb statement, unrelated image. I'm right, believe me, okay? Like, that's what's happening here, is that it's not specifically about single-player games. It's about all live service games or games with live service components. But this also extends to games that can get pulled off of, like, Steam, for instance, as well, if it goes that far. Because the idea is that Stop Killing Games is a foot in the door for games preservation as a whole. Because if you have the momentum to the essentially the right to repair dead games without servers, you then can still make precedents to why archival purposes should exist. You stupid idiot! And Thor, Pirate Software, wants to act like the victim when everyone tells him that he's wrong about that.
So let's clear this up. It's the first line on the website. Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers.
Oh my god, Thor's already fucking wrong from the first line jump? Fascinating.
But the movement includes all this stuff from earlier, and he was mostly...
Literally. We're not going to go through all of this. Please, 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 I recommend that you go to Stop Killing Games and go through. But essentially, what they're looking at is, like, different instances of games being taken off of, very famously, The Crew. They got Ubisoft to make measures for 2 of their online service games that they've removed the service from now. Like, this is really important. You should have the ability to play the game offline. You should have the ability to buy a server, host it, so you can play the game's multiplayer features offline. Was what it, like, if you're old enough to remember. Greg, do you remember? Q, do you remember? Ash, do you remember? The error code that rocked an entire nation?
The
One.
the Final Fantasy
Which one?
14 one?
No, the Diablo 3 error code. If
Oh,
you
God.
were a
Oh.
kid waiting on or a young adult getting your first midnight launch, you got this is me. I can talk about it for me.
I got Diablo the night 3 night of
Yes.
launch. I couldn't play it.
Yes.
Oh, 3?
I didn't
Yeah.
get Diablo
Error
release
code
night, but I remember I had a
37.
friend who did. Yeah, code
Error
37.
Code 37. I will never forget. It was the
I
first.
blocked that from my memory until just now.
It was the first midnight release I had a car. If I remember correctly, it was the first. It was like one of the first midnight releases I had a car, and because it was the first game that was the first Diablo that was ever was online, and a lot of people had a lot of concerns. But Blizzard kept saying, "No, guys, you don't understand. We have it set. You'll never lose the game. It'll always be online. It'll never have an issue." Launch day, servers are broken for hours. Like literally like 12. No, you got to play it the first day, I think. But like 12-ish hours, it was down. It's why Stop Killing Games matters.
Talking about the initiative. Well, the short version is the initiative is about requiring publishers to have end-of-life plans for games they've sold to customers in the future. So when they shut them down, customers can continue running them without their support.
Yes. Without their support. The idea is that there is an initiative for consumers to take the game's source code in a fashion where they can put it on a private server and keep the game up. You know what? Here's an MMO I never played. I was always fascinated by the game, and I was never able to play it, and it was like a big sadness for me. But I watched a video on it, and my eyes lit up. I think I watched this video like 3 or 4 years ago. City of Heroes. For those who don't know, City of Heroes was an MMO.
I know City of Heroes.
City of Heroes was an MMO, was a precursor to the DC, like the DC Universe Online game. I think some of those devs actually went over the City of Heroes, but the concept was combining a series of hero concepts to make a unique hero class with its own power sets and things like that. And obviously, it's limited in how much you can do that, blah, 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 blah. You can only do a lightning hero so many times to, like, pick the best lightning hero, right? But that wasn't the point. The point is that, at the end of the day, people actually kept the game up. And if you know anything about City of Heroes, fans made their own DLC. Fans have kept the game and made their own DLC. It is why, like, something like this is so incredibly important. Because the fans have continued a game that the studio is long dead. Thor getting this wrong is insane. Continuing on.
The long version depends on what kind of transaction is being made.
Look. There's so many options. Games sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date that do not require a connection to the publisher or affiliated in order to function. No impact, the game should already meet the requirements. Games sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date that require a connection to the publisher or affiliated parties to function. Publishers should be required to implement an end-of-life plan so their support would no longer be necessary. The idea is that you don't have to support the game into fucking infinitum and have servers into infinitum, you stupid fucking moron, you pirate software. Stupid corpo fuck, you furry fucking piece of shit.
As you can see, it's...
Yes, I'm angry, chat. Yes, I'm annoyed. I will be annoyed by it. This one makes me annoyed. Because this is a person who has consistently masqueraded himself as the champion of people, saying anyone should take up game dev. Everyone should take up indie game dev. If you know anybody who does any kind of game dev, they tell you not to take it up as a goddamn hobby if you're not invested in the hobby. If you're not invested in game development, it's a very taxing hobby, and it's an artistic form. You should be invested in it.
Especially when you do it by yourself.
Yes. And the fact that Thor consistently and constantly will, to this day, lie about what Stop Killing Games is actually about is the problem.
It's actually like really insulting to his audience too.
Yes.
That to make them to like say something completely false about what Stop Killing Games is about, like as if they wouldn't look at it themselves and come to their own conclusion. There's a reason why people keep adding him or messaging him because he got it wrong, because they fucking care.
Yeah.
Lord Rush tipped $3.33.
Thank you,
Wait,
Rush.
which company released Diablo 3? And which company did Pirate Software allegedly work for?
Yeah.
Curious.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. Two of the best examples that I can think of people doing it right is, did you know that there was for a long time a community based solely around the PS2 version of Star Wars Battlefront 2?
Yeah. Yes.
No.
That it just kept going for forever. There are people still playing it.
Yeah, you can still play it right now.
Yeah.
You can
They
play
can
it on
still play
Steam
it right now. But like for a long time, it was, when it wasn't on Steam, it was being hosted on private servers.
Yeah. Well,
The other example is Unreal Tournament.
Yes.
Unreal
Yes.
Tournament's famous,
Unreal. Now say whatever you want about Unreal, and there is plenty that I could say about Unreal as a company these days. But the one cool thing that Unreal did do, they just released the originally Unreal 2000.
Yeah.
You can play it on a browser now.
Well, here's
You can play it on a browser now.
Here's something really important, right? This is like a niche game, niche title for those who don't know. But if you've never played Phantasy Star Online, the only reason why the second game is people cared about PSO2 coming stateside for so
It's because
long.
of Phil Spencer.
So long. And when Xbox announced that they got the ability to host PSO2, people went crazy. Do you want to know why? For the nerds, it's because fan translated servers existed. They stole that game. People fucking grunged in fucking Japanese forums to learn this game, and then to host fan servers to steal the game.
I remember hearing about that, yeah.
So they could patch it. They could patch people would go in the source code. They would translate everything and patch it. Do you know how insane that is? And that's a community-run effort. That's what something like this incentive is stating, is that there should be end-of-life services so the community can take over for your live service games. Because the entire idea behind a live service game is that the community is supposed to support it from the start to the end of its lifespan.
Skywind.
Yes.
Right there, Skywind.
Yes.
For anyone who doesn't know, it's a team of people, all just modders and shit, that are literally recreating Morrowind in the Skyrim engine.
Yes.
That's it. And they're all doing it for the love of the fucking game.
Didn't Max do it for Marvel vs. Yes, very famously. Maximilian Dude, who I followed on YouTube since like COD Machinima days.
I love Maximilian Dude.
I love Max.
He and a team of very dedicated
R.I.P.
modders, and yes, R.I.P. Benny, very dedicated modders and fighting game aficionado lovers have remodded MVCI, very much maligned because of its looks, not for its gameplay, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, to what is known as Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite Beyond, which is modding the game so people can play it with new mechanics, new characters, new graphics engine. Like, everything is so important. And it's like the fact that Thor, and we're going to get to it more on because I have the harmful video, lies consistently about it, about VODs being deleted, where he shit on this project and where he calls it like a whole bunch of names, and even Ross a whole bunch of names, is such a fucking cockamamie lie. He's such a spineless little fuck, and I do not care. I know Thor has threatened to sue people. Very famously, he tried to sue Private Parts. He did a DMCA, a fucking Fucking pussy-ass bitch DMCA. The indie dev. Oh, you can't take my voice. Why? Because it made fun of you? Because you're a little pussy? Because your game isn't made? Because you're more concerned about being a fucking content creator than you are a fucking indie game dev because you masquerade as somebody important when you're really fucking not, and you fucking bar people from your community, so your community is so fucking insular that all they care about is, oh my god, Thor, it's so sad. Pirate software, what about the ferrets? Fuck the ferrets. Make the fucking game.
Please don't fuck the ferrets.
Listen, I don't care about your side projects. Make the thing that you have actually asked people to invest for. It's so stupid. It's so narcissistic. Literally.
Also, like, another like important note, like with indie dev, you're told never make like your first project like a massive project because you'll never complete it.
Yes, as Killjoy stated, a really good example of this is Monster Hunter Tri. They just got to the hub back after 10 years of it not being tied to any online content. Yes, exactly.
It's not easy to explain in a soundbite, but if you notice, we don't make a distinction between single-player and multiplayer games. That's because the law doesn't either. So,
yeah. Also, I can't even believe I have to say this, because Thor is a fucking idiot. Oh, thank you.
Falgi, I'm gonna crash
yeah, you
TF
should.
out about
like,
this
is
guy.
Disgusting. This is because Thor is a fucking moron. When he says, oh, I don't want games to tell companies I don't want the government to tell games companies what to do. What does he think the ESRB is? Does he think the ESRB just doesn't exist? Does he know why the rating system exists? Thor is such a fucking pseudo-intellectual moron. He completely forgets that the ESRB exists for a reason. The rating system exists for a reason. It's to protect games. It's not just to protect the public. It's to make sure the games can be released and not blind. And so we don't have the stupid days of GTA causes school shootings. But he's too stupid.
Jack Thompson.
Yes.
No, don't utter his name. He's gone. He's removed from the equation.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, Thor, thank you, honestly, Slugbase.
Thor makes me sound smart.
But that's what I'm, like, literally. Yes, chat, I am your crash out consultant for tonight. This is, like, quite literally one of the most insane things because Thor doesn't want government influences, but ESRB is yes, ESRB is not law, but you have to remember that ESRB is a body that exists. So for those who don't know who ESRB is, I'm going to grab it real quick while Greg wants to say something.
No, I was going to say, what was I going to say? And single player games would inherently be fine because their story would already be wrapped up by the ending. If they wouldn't release an unfinished game, but in the sense of like always online games, they're just releasing games that are going to be available temporarily. Whereas a single player game you could potentially pick up at any point in time and not have any issues with. But if there's a proper ending, then it's already fine.
ESRB is slime thick Latinas.
Thank you.
I say there are some MMOs that are like preparing themselves for like the end of life, and like if that was like if they were to be taken offline, they could still function. Like Final Fantasy 11 technically, and like 14 is like still there.
I've had a conversation about 11 and 14 because they are flagship titles. They have a number associated with them. They're likely going to be supported forever because like those are they want the numbered ones to be the go-to ones, and it just helps that 14 is really popular and 11 is fairly popular enough. But but if they ever do decide to wrap it up, I'm sure they're setting in procedures in place where they would still be available in some way, shape, or form to be played.
Yes. So here's something really important. ESRB is a self-regulatory non-for-profit. Very famously, some people don't use it, or like in the case of Steam has its own rating system. But there's a reason why the ESRB existed. The ESRB exists because of consistent, like, moral panic from government resources. Because sometimes the government does need to step in when you are not policing yourself. The reason the ESRB is more stringent about its rating system, like the Motion Pictures ratings board, is because the government had to step in and say, guys, if you don't do something as a market, we are going to step in and do it for you.
I'm trying to remember. If I remember correctly, there also was a thing about the ESRB where, like, the lead singer of Twisted Sister had to go in front of, like, the Senate.
Well, this is first
Judas Priest.
It was
Judas also Priest. Judas Priest.
Yes. It was during the Satanic Panic about about
where D&D was satanic, and there
Twisted
was
Sister highlighting, like, where their lyrics came from.
Yep. Yeah. Play a Judas Priest album backwards, and you'll hear, like, praise Satan, you know.
Yes. Yeah. And it's, like, really, really important to do that, because the reason the ESRB exists is in response to potential government intervention. So if the ESRB is not going to step in and do it, and because, hey, it's a self-regulatory body with the special interest of publishers to, not do the bad thing, and so games can still be made, then sometimes the government has to step in, like it does with anti-monopoly practices. They have to step in and break up monopolies. Very famously, when Viacom, AT&T, and Discovery all merged, they had to sell off businesses and companies that they owned, because the government steps in and says, hey, like the Federal Trade Commission comes in and says, hey, you guys have a monopoly. You guys have too much of a market share on the communications and media production market. You need to sell things off. There are self-regulatory processes that don't prevent that. Sorry, Ash, I cut you off.
No, go ahead.
There are self-regulatory processes that are not going to stop that. So a government has to step in. You can be an anti-government shill all you like. You can be a leftist that hates the government. I'm with you. I get it. I don't fully agree with you, but I understand. But, like, that's literally the whole point. It's just like, I can't. Sorry, you were saying something.
I was just
Ash.
saying, do you guys remember when back in, like, the 90s, there was a moral panic about the FMV game Night Trap?
Yeah, it's in here.
Night Trap.
Because they were
lying. Do you want to go back even further?
Mm-hmm.
Look up Custer's Revenge.
Oh God, no, don't. We can't show that.
Look up Custer's Revenge.
I can.
That's an Atari game that actually exists.
Yeah.
That game actually exists. It's crazy.
It's about Custard sexually assaulting a native woman that's tied up. Indigenous, sorry.
Right, but it's really important too, because, and I really want to talk about the reception part of this. By 2008, the Federal Trade Commission reported 20% of underage mystery shoppers were successfully able to purchase M-rated video games from a selection of retailers, a 22% reduction from 2007. By 2011, the numbers even dropped further to 13%. In its 2009 report to Congress, the FTC recognized that the ESRB for having the strongest self-regulatory code for all entertainment sectors because of its enforcement of advertising and marketing guidelines. The FTC still has to evaluate if ESRB is working. Fun fact, ESRB agreements are why some video game retailers read out the ESRB ratings and ask for parental consent and ID for M-rated games, because they agree to fines if they don't. Exactly. That's like a whole... But, like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, the government is still involved. It's not like ESRB just exists in a vacuum. They do have to answer and show that it is effective so the government doesn't have to step in.
Wasn't the ESRB partially created because of Mortal Kombat?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember.
It used to be called something else. It was like the International Internet, something, or Internet, something like that, and then it's rolled into the ESRB. But that's why it's important to have even self-regulatory boards, but even self-regulatory boards aren't enough sometimes. I've said this, okay, so something that I'm passionate about, and both Q, myself, Killjoy, I'm pretty sure Greg, and we've talked about it at one time too, or we've all been in a call. I think the ESRB should mandate file size limits. I honestly think
yeah, we have talked about that.
ESRB needs to start really looking into the idea of mandating file trimming, because you can make your game more
Call of Duty's 150 gigabytes. Yeah, like 200 gigabytes now.
It is possible to make your games more compact. It's just more.
Destiny 2 is so large that you can't play most of the content. Some of the content.
Yeah.
Large portions
They
of the
deleted
content.
most of the content for Destiny 2.
Yeah. The Red War very famously gone. I never got to play it when I played Destiny 2.
We were just talking about it today because Space Marine 2 just put out an update that creates a horde mode.
Yes.
And apparently,
it's
not optimized because
some of us
are getting like 5 frames a second. You know,
it turns
ray tracing off.
Yeah, and I had to turn that shit off too for me. I like my rig is fine to play the game. I never had any stuttering issues, but yeah, it's a horde mode. It's gonna push your machine to the limit. And honestly, I've been begging for a horde mode. I don't really particularly like the multiplayer part of the game.
I've been waiting for a horde mode in Space Marine 2. I'm waiting for it.
Well, let's get back to this since we've gone on a lot to explain why Thor is so massively incorrect. And why Thor, in my opinion, is being purposely malicious. My opinion. I'm not stating it as a fact. It's my opinion based on the way he's spoken and some of the evidence in the way that he identifies and characterizes Stop Killing Games and Ross to this day.
But why make this even harder? Both the movement and the law are making distinctions on how games are sold. Also, that part he said about it affecting all live service games, yes and no. It would affect most live service games in the future, but the initiative is not retroactive. So that's one thing Thor doesn't understand, but he also seems to think this is about converting multiplayer games to single player. Once again, he made that up, and I have no idea why he thought that.
Transitioning an entire multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with...
It's not what he said. Not what he said. Never. It's never in it.
Final Fantasy 14, you're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game.
It'd be crazy if World of Warcraft is already working on doing like single-player things. And it's almost like other MMOs, like Final Fantasy 14 has bots in their goddamn game.
Yeah,
for every individual.
Do like a bunch of different.
It's tied into the story.
Yeah,
like in later patches.
It's because Yoshi P wants to future-proof his game. Sorry,
I think the only thing you can't like solo is like 8-mans and like the big raids, but you can do dungeons basically with bots.
Yeah,
you can do that in ESO. In ESO, with the exception of like the 12-person trials, everything else you could potentially solo by yourself.
I was gonna say.
I know because I've done it
as well for using the bots.
Yeah, I've used the bots when I didn't have people to play with. Like, again, yeah, GW2 is very single-player friendly. Yes, you would lose so many content. Like, you lose games if you can't future-proof it. And future-proofing is just letting your audience future. Your audience is future-proofing your game. Do you think, for an instance, do you think that who's it? What the fuck? What is that company called? You think Bethesda doesn't love the fact that modders future-proof their games for them and then take advantage of them?
Bethesda exists because of modders. Bethesda still make money because of modders.
And Bethesda takes advantage of that. And I do think that that's predatory in certain ways. But that's not the point. Jason is on record saying he's fine with games dying in despair. I know it's in this video.
I'm
Chicken Caesar, that's insane, but I love it.
That ever bought the game. That's what they're asking for.
No.
because they would have to sunset live service games as a single-player experience. The idea that suddenly...
Hot take, no single-player game should be live service. No single-player game should have live service elements.
Yeah. That's fucking insane.
It's insane. It's downright criminal because you could take away the ability to play a single-player game at any time.
You know, there is a game series. You can say it's like a D tier like series called Valhalla Knights. It's very cheap. Not a lot of people play it, but I really liked it. And the third game came out on the Vita, and it's a single-player game, and you could just buy levels. But also the game made it so you kind of want to buy levels because it's super fucking grindy, like unreasonably grindy, and that's because they want you to buy levels. It was fucking miserable. I never finished it just because it's like, well, I'm either gonna spend hours grinding to hopefully not get to another like choke point, or I'm gonna have to spend money, and I'm just like, fuck it.
Yes, I do remember not when they put microtransactions in Shadow 4, and I was livid about it. Sorry, I just saw that like I'm triggered.
What an insane, fucking Weaver. Thank you. I know that you used a generator, but that is very funny. If someone could make that for Rizzles, that'd be really funny. But thank you.
You need to make every single live service game playable single player offline? No, dude.
Correct. No. This one is particularly baffling to me because...
Ross, 1 second. I know you don't... As a guy with also a receding hairline, you have a beautifully shaped skull. Your hair betrays it.
I've heard most counter-arguments before, but until Thor, I've never heard this one.
Bro.
That we want the industry to convert all multiplayer games into
Embrace the bald, my friend. Do it.
I keep saying it. You never know where gamers are going to take this.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games.
Oh, he's so close. He's so close to getting it.
It is vague.
Draft, thank you so much for the 10.
Slight spoilers, but in the second to last expansion for XI, there was an 8-man raid that could only be done with bots that was a part of the story. So it can be done.
Shadowbringers.
Thor knows nothing.
Yes, Shadowbringers is...
Yeah,
well,
Endwalker
so
as well.
that would have been
Endwalker.
Endwalker.
Endwalker, sorry, not Shadowbringers. Endwalker, thank you.
I also want to point something out that Thor isn't even talking about. And it's like, oh, all these multiplayer games, all these live service games. And I'm like, motherfucker, do you not remember that people used to do goddamn LAN parties?
Yeah, I know. This is
does he not recall that? Like the original online multiplayer with a fucking LAN party.
People wouldn't be able to play games like Eve or Ultima Online without like certain support.
No one cares about Eve.
I know Eve.
A lot of people
do. Thor cares about Eve because Thor like grew up in Eve, and a lot of people don't like him from there.
He didn't grow up in it. He
I have opinions on who like Eve.
Yeah, he's infamous in it. He has what's the word where it's I forget the name of what it's called.
He's a piss baby in it.
No,
and didn't like it. Okay.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't matter. Yeah.
We're gonna try to get back to it because there's a lot of like ground we have to cover.
And because of that,
think about it. Look it up.
He never has that light bulb moment. Well, he is correct in that statement. It's almost as if that's not what the initiative is asking for. But those were his streams with a smaller audience. What does he say in his big YouTube video with over 1 million views that he had time to research?
If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future...
now he's changed it again and is making up how it's about single-player games.
It's not. It's literally just it's just having an end-of-service plan. It's not what it's about. You changed it again, Thor. Thor, will you offer a solution? Will you offer a counter?
He has a final solution.
Yeah, it involves ferrets.
Ash.
It involves ferrets.
Ash.
Advertise.
During Pride,
what is he doing?
It's almost
It
over.
needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not.
That's not what it's fighting. It's a part of it, but that's not what it's fighting for.
His argument is that it's it's too vague to implement, but it's only vague because they don't have this written up, and also you can't have the same procedures in place for every single game that's ever been in place. It has to be nuanced in ways that games can do this naturally, or in ways that would fit in their own price models as well.
And not only that, one of the bigger things regarding games development and future proofing in this style is the fact that one of the major components to lawmaking is negotiation. Thor clearly also doesn't understand how laws work and how initiatives work.
He's bringing up the crew. He brought up the crew.
Oh my God, he's bringing that whole issue into it. Oh.
Well, because again, it doesn't Thor thinks that he's the most intelligent person in the room, but doesn't offer a solution.
Well, Ross here even says that the crew is like what kickstarted this whole thing. Like that was the big wave of momentum, is because
it was the whole crew thing where like Ubisoft literally deleted the fucking game unless it very much reminds me of PT. We talked about Silent Hill earlier.
Yes, people would save their PS. They would never update their PlayStation.
I still have it on mine.
If someone finds out that you're selling a PS3 that has PT on the thing, that the value of that PlayStation 3 skyrockets because you can't get it anywhere else.
It's a PS4, not a Playstation 3, but it's whatever.
Sorry, PS4.
But people bought an extra PS4 just to make sure it never updated.
The difference, I think, inherently is a consumer did not pay for that.
Yes,
it was still a demo.
Yeah, but
it's the same thing where like it is a piece of media. Yeah, it's a piece of media that cannot be found anywhere else. Yeah,
correct. But again, I think the law is very.
It's vague because there is no standard. Without a standard, you can't do anything.
I think the law cares about when people have invested money into a thing that they can no longer.
Well, that's the whole point.
That's more. But I understand what you're
also saying. Partly an issue with the fact that, again, as it always has been since the invention of the freaking internet, is the law is so far behind it.
Well, it's not only that. It's the reason why the right to repair is a legal issue, is a matter of law, and not a matter for self-regulatory bodies, because a games company can say, well, I'm not a part of the self-regulatory body, so it doesn't matter. I have to opt in or I don't opt in. There's no legal precedence or penalty for me not being in the ESRB, because they're just not. You open yourself up to, like, Steam can open itself up to problems, but if Steam self-regulates like the ESRB, but has like one or two practices that they don't do, they don't need the ESRB. They just don't, and that's part of what they do. They don't necessarily need it. They just self-regulate themselves like the ESRB. This is so silly. The only way to own Yokai Watch 3 is to buy a cartridge for it, which can run you $80 to $300 due to limited physical copies being made. With the eShop shutdown, you can no longer buy it from Nintendo. Yeah. Like, there's a bunch of... Nintendo eShop has been the biggest source of frustration for me. As a early Wii adopter of the eShop, when you used to lie about where you live, Delaware, so you wouldn't have sales tax on the games and they'd be cheaper. As an early adopter of it, I don't have games anymore because my Wii doesn't work anymore, and I can't grandfather, and you couldn't grandfather it to the Wii U, which was an insane thing.
Well, the Wii U was a...
Yeah, but I had a Wii U.
I still have my Wii U.
I like my Wii U. Mario Maker's a great game.
I had it for Xenoblade Chronicles X.
And doesn't add any
that too.
gameplay elements.
I got it for Xenoblade Chronicles X too. And I was very sad because I wanted to play with a friend, and the online I knew wasn't going to work, and it just didn't work, and it was sad.
That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single player.
Like
I've explained that doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single player, you'd have to carve off all of that.
That's not what it's asking for. That's not what it's asking for.
And it's developer time and money.
it feel like he's reading a completely different document than the one we're looking at.
Almost like
it's
almost like
an imaginary
he's lying on
document that's in his
purpose.
head that he's reading.
Yeah, it's almost like he's being intentionally disingenuous.
The amount of leaps of logic and misinformed, like the amount of misinformation that he's spreading, like it's mountains of misinformation. Either this guy never read it, or and like is talking out of his ass. And if he admitted that, c'est la vie, right? Or is purposely being malicious. It has to be one of those two. And if he's saying that he's read it, that means he has to be purposely being malicious about it. Because there's no way you can just read it verbatim off the website then. Just read it verbatim off the website.
These are two different ideologies, and that's okay to have two different ideologies. I just won't agree with it.
But those aren't the ideologies. Nothing in the initiative is asking to convert games to single player.
Yes.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single player games.
Yeah, so why does he keep bringing it up? This is a total red herring.
Yes.
If we don't like the idea.
Also, chat, there's like 122 of you in here and only like 40 likes. Let's get that up. It's like the 2-hour mark. I haven't even asked for likes. And if you like the channel and if this is your first time here, please subscribe to the Op Block. We do a lot of research here. I like making show docs of these kinds of things. Very, very important. All those kinds of things. Again, very crazy. We try to do what we do here.
Please don't make me sing.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But again, like we are trying to get, we are on our way to 1.5. We are so close to 1.5K. Literally like 60 off, I believe. That's jinxing it. But like, let's get to 1.5K before the anniversary of the channel, which comes in July of some time. I typically consider it August, but if we're doing the anniversary of our first stream, then it's July. So please, please, please support the channel.
Idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms.
No, he's getting a new thing wrong now. We're not against them existing.
Oh no, Q.
Make him sing.
Thank you, Rosa Grayson.
I saw that. I saw you delete that message.
Black Flower, thank you, thank you.
We will make you sing.
Thank you.
We're against them being destroyed with no recourse for the customer.
Yes.
Just use logic. If we didn't like them in the first place, why would we care if they're being destroyed?
I can't. This is pissing me off.
He says he gets it, but he doesn't.
Let's talk about the actual bad business practices. In the case that a studio is making a live service game and they sell it to you as a product, they say that you are purchasing the game or you are buying the game, when in reality you're actually purchasing or buying a license to that game. I think that we should be fighting about that. The initiative is not trying to call that out specifically. It's trying to say that all games need to stay in a functional, playable state.
Yes!
Which is not calling out the language that is being used to manipulate the player. Call that out specifically.
Okay, I don't know if he's doing this intentionally.
Pirate Software would come up to you and ask you to define what weird means.
Yes. I 100% believe Pirate Software would love drama content. Because none of that made sense. That was gibbly-gog, goolly-blosh. Like, I don't understand. None of that made sense because not only is that not what the initiative is about, it doesn't make any sense because all you are asking is to have an end-of-service plan. All you have to do is create an end-of-service plan. The end-of-service plan could be that the source code goes out. The end-of-service plan could be like, hey, just pull it and put it on your own server. Buy a licensing fee. You can buy a licensing. You listen. Great idea. Buy a licensing fee. One-time licensing fee or perpetual monthly licensing fee for a server. I don't know. What game does that? Is that Minecraft? Holy shit. Does Minecraft do this? Why can't you just do the Minecraft model, chat? Am I losing my proverbial mind? Did I lose my mind?
You lost your Minecraft.
I thought Minecraft.
It's almost like you buy a service agreement. You either have your own home server or you rent a server somewhere with the source code. Insane. Black
So
Flower
the
5.
OG Silent Hill 2 cannot be bought
Yes.
/ played unless you have the disc and a PS2
Yes.
or R3. The enhanced edition is pure fan work to preserve it.
Yes.
I'll be charitable and assume he's not, but this is some serious obfuscation. He's complaining that the initiative isn't focused on another topic he made.
Yes. The Nova voice.
Hey, the initiative doesn't address how Capcom changed the look of Dante in the Devil May Cry reboot.
Also, hilarious. Shout out
We can't
to
get
Ross.
into this.
Please
No.
no.
We can't get into.
I'm
We
fucking
can't get
kid.
into this.
Kill.
I will
Hate
shout
it.
out. I will shout out Ross for using DMC 1, not DMC 2,
Not
even though
DMC
I
3
believe
or-
2's design is better.
Or DMC 5. My hottest gamer take is I don't hate
Or 4.
DMC Devil May Cry.
The gameplay is good. I fucking
On
don't.
launch,
I
it
can't
was bad.
stand
I don't hate it.
fucking
I
Dante's
there's
character in it.
it's-
And
You're
the story-
talking
they
about the
shoot a
wig?
pregnant woman.
The
They
wig?
kill a pregnant woman.
Well,
No.
that's Virgil. That's not Dante. Dante doesn't.
I said they.
The game is so old. Who gives a shit? Very famously, Ninja Theory did fix the main problem with the game, which was the color coordination of the enemies in a specific fashion. Because at one point you wouldn't be able to attack enemies without specific weapons, but you wouldn't have enough variation for said angel or devil weapon. But the game is not bad. They did fix it. The story's still ass for the most part.
I don't hate it. I honestly
I don't hate it.
That is my hottest gamer take.
DMC
is I don't hate it.
is not bad. I think it's not great, but not bad.
When it came out, it was the Antichrist.
Yes.
And it was very, very difficult to have a reasonable conversation about it.
I think the game has gotten a lot more love over time because because a lot of the developer stuff came out where Inafune really fucked over the game. If you guys don't know, look up stuff about DMC, Devil May Cry, like the Ninja Theory game. Yes, there's 2 parts. Yes, the producer for the game was kind of a dickhead in interviews, but very famously, Inafune turned down gameplay design as well as early concepts of the game to make it more in line with what Dante actually looked like. And Inafune said it didn't look like Gears of War enough. He wanted all games at that time to be given like the Xbox coat. Ninja Theory
walls! Sentai walls everywhere!
Yes, Kenji Inafune at the time. Yes, Kenji
Pimenta?
Inafune very famously did that. Yep.
Pimenta, it's shit like that makes me absolutely love the game because it's so stupid
Yeah,
and
it's
crazy,
stupid.
and that I can't. It's very schlocky and B movie, and I can't hate it for that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of
You
things
guys
that could have
remember
been good.
Metroid Other M?
Oh,
No,
The OJ
baby.
we don't
creator
talk.
fucked over
We
Satan's
don't talk
character.
about
Baby.
that.
The
We
baby.
don't
Other
talk about.
M.
We don't
Let's get
talk
back to
about
this
that
goddamn
game.
video.
Either. That may as well be what he's saying there. I am not aware of a game on the planet with a license agreement that says you are not buying a license. Our problem is not with licenses failing to inform people.
Yes.
Blizzard says they can take away your purchase.
Yes.
You know another rare
Lost Worlds
PS2
with
game you
5.
can't get anywhere else?
Thank you.
God
Lost Worlds.
Hand.
Thank
I
you.
love
Thank
you.
God Hand.
Tons
Love
of
God
tons
Hand.
of.
God, this really annoys me that for some reason you're all your ats. I need to figure out why I did that.
Purchase for no reason. That sounds pretty clear to me. Our problem is those terms are so hostile to consumers
Yes.
and the medium that they should be taken off the table entirely.
It's almost like it's literally almost like the initiative actually addresses that by existing. I hate Thor so much. I hate this fucking corpo cocksucker.
Needs regulation. Forget video games. If you look at basic commerce for hundreds of years, when you paid money, you either got to keep what you paid for,
Yes.
or if it was a service, you were told when your access ends.
Yeah.
The vast majority of online-only games do neither of those. The games industry is trying to upend basic commerce. I think you have to go back to feudalism before neither of those things are true. Why even have consumer laws if you have no rights?
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run
DMCA,
their
aka homoerotic stabbing.
Yes.
live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no!
Then fuck it. Then let games die. Like, unironically, if that was what Stop Killing Games is about, which it's not, by the way, let games die then. Let live service games never exist, because this is insane.
I would prefer large publishers like your EAs, your Activisions, your Ubisofts to be adherent to something like this, so they stop making shitty games that you only get to play for 6 to 9 months before they're gone.
Yes, if they don't want people to have specific parts of the source code. Because I get it. Like, I actually do get it. Like, it could be potentially malicious to have people's source code and things like that, because it could, in theory, steal proprietary technologies and, like, dev stuff. But, like, this is insane. I'm going to the big video game convention tomorrow. I'm going to see if I can find a copy of God Hand at a decent price. I doubt I will.
Good luck.
You know what? You know what I would love? Lost in Worlds.
Make sure you check the disc too before you go.
Lost in Worlds. You know what I would love? Go there and ask people on the street how they feel about pirate software fucking up.
That'd be interesting.
I would just love to know what, like,
go there and ask
feel
if they have Battletoads.
Yes, that too.
They will. Battletoads is very common. I was gonna say something else about this, but I got sidetracked with God Hand, but it'll come back to me.
He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the...
Look, what the initiative would not do: require publishers to give up intellectual property rights, require publishers to give up source code, require endless support.
That's what I was gonna say. Minecraft is pretty open for everybody to view and make their mods for it and shit like that. I haven't seen a Minecraft killer.
No. And a Minecraft killer just will never exist because of the nature of Minecraft. It just won't. In my opinion, it'll just never exist.
I think like in the area close, like Terraria.
Well, Terraria was Terraria is purposely a very different game. That's part of Terraria's charm. It's purposely a very different game.
Earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters. That wasn't enough.
Yes.
We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out. I admit, guys, this part hurts. To see the biggest voice on this issue.
Bro, the pain in Ross's voice makes me so sad. Bro gave his life for this project, and he's seeing it fail because of a cocksucker. Because of a corpo cocksucker.
You get it wrong again and again and again. Then put that same wrong information on blast to a far bigger audience than we can reach. It hurts. He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what we're asking for. Now, to be fair, it sounded like he was getting a little closer in this video. Yeah, despite being called 2, it's at least the 4th video he did on this.
You want that to stay in a functional playable state, that means the devs have to release either server binaries or somehow carve off the game to be a single-player experience now.
That's better, but he's still talking about converting the single-player right to the end.
Yeah.
He never completely got it. So Pirate Software did not understand the initiative. Maybe still doesn't. That means the majority of his critique is about things it would not do.
I'm just going to speed this up a little bit because we have a lot of video to cover. But there's so much. This guy is such a fucking cocksucker. I hate Pirate Software so much. I'm sorry. I know I'm being mean. He'll probably see this and say, oh, this guy's bad faith, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. But it's just like...
Yeah, but he said about everyone. Everyone's bad faith.
At a certain point, you purposely refused to talk to Ross and settle this, and to just get Ross's side of the story. And it's just so infuriating because Ross deserves and is so kind about your fuck-ups and your lies. Wait, why is this video called The End of Stop Killing Games? Because if you are in the EU and you don't sign the petition that is literally pinned, that is Ross's, like, he will be done.
This is his Hail Mary.
This is his Hail Mary. He openly said that if this doesn't get signed, because the European Union and the UK have a lot more leg room and a lot more groundswell for the right to repair, Ross will just quit doing this. Straight up.
Partially, in part,
he's burned out.
He's burned out. He's been doing this for I guess a decade,
years, something like that.
And unless another cataclysmic type of event like that happens, it won't push this talk forward. And and even if it does, regardless, he won't be there to do it because it took so much of his time and life away from him, so to speak.
Yeah, he's openly said this would be the end of it because he spent every penny and ability to do this. And he's just tired. He's just legitimately tired.
Ooh, like kill all MMOs.
If that passes, enjoy never playing an MMO again for the rest of your life. And taking away from every other person that plays MMOs.
It really wouldn't. And I've explained why in that video, but the short version is companies would have
private servers
to stop liking money for that to happen. Lots of money. But his number one criticism is that he thinks the initiative is vague.
Incredibly vague. Too vague. Very vague. Damn vague. It's vague. It's vague. That is vague. Too vague. Vaguely vague. Incredibly vague. Vaguely worded. Vague. 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 This is vague.
This goes on. Well, from Thor's perspective, his logic is pretty sound for this part. But the thing about logic is it's only as good as your assumed truths. And he said multiple times now that he thinks the initiative is only about single-player games. So since he's expecting the thing he made up, but that's not what the initiative is asking for, he thinks it's vague. Because for him, it is.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games. It is vague.
Yeah, in fact, if we look at that long definition again, let's add a subsection just for Thor. Single-player games with an online DRM check. Those would already fall under this broader category. So Thor is expecting this. Again, I don't know why, but instead he's seeing an initiative that covers all of this. That's why
he literally is just like, he's literally missing everything. He saw DRM and only read the DRM thing.
No, I think he's only pointing to it.
Yes.
I think he read it all. He just doesn't give a shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like at this point, I have to believe that he's lying.
That makes it worse, actually. That makes it worse.
Yeah,
I don't believe the worst aspect to a rich man. Like,
yeah, like this is insane. I'm sorry, but like this is so malicious. It's so malicious.
Calls it vague 50
and
times.
It'll get worse when we get to the harmful opinion and Moist Critical videos, because that's how large this has gotten, that Moist Critical is fighting now with Pirate Software. At this point, fighting, because Pirate Software is malicious as fuck and leaked Moist Critical's, like, well-meaning DMs because Pirate Software got his fucking knot in a bunch. This is insane.
That's crazy.
Don't say that.
Why?
Listen,
I
if he didn't take
choked
it all
on my food.
The thought that we want what we're asking for and not the thing he made up seems to have never entered his head. The initiative is trying to stop the destruction of games. That's the whole point. It covers the types of games most in need of saving. If we only covered this tiny subsection, that would save maybe 1% or less of games that get destroyed. This would do almost nothing. I'm not saying there isn't one, but I literally can't think of a game that meets this criteria. Every game I know of with single-player content that's been destroyed has been designed to run server-side, not locally. Older ones like that tend to have the DRM cracked, which is
yeah,
not an ideal solution, but that does stop games.
And people, like, got their DRM cracking is insane, and people thought it was impossible.
I bought GTA 4 on Steam well over a decade ago, and it took a very long time to finally be able to play it.
I'm gonna let you guys know right now that DRM cracking is becoming very, very hard.
Yeah,
very hard. It's getting
Is it 'cause,
slower and slower to get packs out there for DRM stuff.
Well,
and
also,
the one person who's actually good at it, who's really good at it, is fucking insane.
yes,
Yeah.
Empress is fucking crazy.
Yes, I know. Well, like, I think the biggest thing too
It's
is
another story for another day.
It's another
Yeah,
story
it's
for
another
another
story.
day. One story I will never run. But like, it's just a lot. And I think, well, the other thing too is that they hire the crackers. The reality is some of these, it's like white hat hackers. They will hire the people. Very famously, the reason you have The Witcher is because of cracking and pirating. The only reason you have The Witcher is because pirated games. So anytime you play Geralt of Rivia, remember that.
Game destruction. And newer ones with the Nuvo or something then have it removed by end of life.
Yeah, this legitimately feels like slander at a certain point. I can't even.
So I say less than 1%, but this might save 0% of games. I'm not sure. The initiative is actually not that vague. Though to be fair, some people did get hung up on this part. A reasonably playable or functional state. True, that is not 100% specific. There are reasons for that. You know how in law, police can stop a suspect with reasonable suspicion?
Yes.
Or a jury finds someone guilty beyond all reasonable doubt? That's because the number of situations you face are so varied that the law has to inject some common sense somewhere. It's the same with games. A multi-million-dollar MMO is a different animal from a budget arena shooter.
Ross did so much research in the last 10 years and thought of everything. It's insane. He has an answer to every one of Pirate Software's complaints, and it's literally in there.
Are we going to go over Pirate Software's response?
His tweet, yes, but we're going to go over the videos that came out of it first before the response, because it's going to go. We're not going to cover Charlie's first video on it because it's just like a review of this video.
Right.
But we are going to cover Charlie's second video. Yes. And there's a reason why.
Work making highly specific laws. That's one half of it. The other half of it is this sentence is an olive branch to publishers.
Yes.
I've heard complaints this isn't specific enough. Okay, but you know what the alternative to this would be? Here, I'll show you. The game must be fully functional and contain 100% of all features as advertised. So as a publisher, which requirement would you rather meet? More importantly, this sentence shows the EU Commission that we're acting in good faith and trying to find a balance. I think some of the people asking for this to be more specific.
That is literally it's literally pro studio saying a reasonable state. Not saying 100%. A reasonable state is actually pro studio.
It is.
It's a
reasonable state. That is some cyberpunk talk.
Yeah, Thor would say vague. I guess you could say nuanced or
it's purposeful language. Saying reasonable state, reasonably functional is purposeful language. Because again, each studio is different. Each game is different.
To the developers.
Yeah. And it has to be an interplay between developer standards and economic standards and trade regulation standards.
Specific may not realize what they're asking for. I know some won't believe this, but a hell of a lot of thought went into the wording of the initiative. I think it's almost perfect. See, the initiative isn't even a proposed bill. It's a negotiation. Our side says we want games to be functional when publishers end support, so they need end-of-life plans. The industry's position is going to be against whatever we write and claim they need no regulation whatsoever. Then the EU Commission gets to decide who is more in the right here. The Citizens Initiative is the opening offer in these negotiations. Trust me, the industry worth hundreds of billions of dollars will make its position known to the EU. We don't have to make their case for them. So for this negotiation, simple is good. That's why we're straight and to the point for what we want. Then the industry will argue against.
It's almost like you play ball. It's almost like you have to play ball, so there's wiggle room. Oh my God, this is how lawmaking works.
That, then the EU Commission might look for compromises. You don't start a negotiation with a bunch of compromises because then it'll get so watered down you won't save anything. Oh, and that long definition list are actually logical extensions of the simpler language used in the initiative. It's actually kind of slick. Plus, there's a character limit on these things. The EU Commission doesn't want you trying to cover 50 edge cases at this phase. All right, so Pirate Software did not understand the initiative. But point two, he also did not make it easy for the truth to get out. I had never heard of him prior to all this, but during the campaign, I had dozens of people contacting me, telling me how wise and reasonable he is, how he's really pro-consumer and represents developers, and I should really talk to him. Great, let's do it. So this was my first encounter of him.
Oh shit, no, this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit.
Wait for it, because you're going to hear the most infuriating part.
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. No, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
You're really folks eating your ass.
Okay, right.
Interesting. I
that
wonder.
Thing you're into, Thor.
Yeah. Well, interesting. Interesting how Thor's mad that everybody else is bad faith. Thor, I think you're the bad faith one. It's almost like you're a CORPO shill. And it's almost like every single time you get called out for it because you're being very weird about, what mask? You've apparently always been a dickhead, by the way. So, the mask is him being consumer friendly. In my opinion, the mask is Thor being consumer friendly. Thor is not consumer friendly by any stretch of the imagination. He sees you as a piggy bank And if I were you and I donated money, I would pull it out. What's it going to do? What, are you going to sue me for saying that? I say you should pull it out because I think it's a grifter. I don't think you'll ever see the game. That's my personal opinion.
Where's your game, Thor? Where's your game, Thor?
Since Thor loves the threat.
Where's your game, Mark?
Since Thor loves to threaten legal action, it's freedom of speech. Try it.
I can see why people like him. It's like listening to Mr. Rogers. As you can imagine, we've been less than thrilled that Thor here has become the dominant voice of the campaign, especially when he doesn't understand it. Though I did find the used car salesman part amusing, since if people could read my mind, they would understand how much I dread anything resembling sales or marketing, or just trying to push things on people who aren't interested in them. I'm not exaggerating when I said I hated having to...
I do want to just... I'll pause it here, because this is essentially all of Thor's things. He will, at infinitum, misrepresent Ross. I don't think we need to go any further with Ross's video. Please, like, I think what Ross is doing is super duper important. Super duper important. It's insane. I would love to know. But again, if people love being like lawsuit heavy, don't do it. I say it just because it's stupid. Like, it's a stupid joke. But like what Thor is doing with DMCAing private parts for something that wasn't in the game and was a tee-hee funny commercial thing is insane. What's up? I thought you were about to say something.
I was, and then I kind of forgot what it was.
I mean, I was going to make an Ethan Klein joke, but I'm not going to.
I remember now. So, Ross says that he's like Thor's the biggest voice kind of in the conversation at all. People likely would not have known about this if Thor didn't bring it up.
True.
Which means that it would not pass regardless of Thor bringing it up or not. And at this point, Thor bringing it up, it still might not pass. But now because of the negative backlash towards him, the wind is kind of sailing the other way. If it does succeed, it is because of Thor.
Yeah.
Inadvertently, he caused it to
I would say in spite of Thor.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to be honest with you.
I know Chud calls Harmful Opinions the gay Riddler. I like Harmful. He's very funny.
He's a Riddler?
His voice.
He calls him the gay
Harmful's got a voice, you know?
So apparently he's an American citizen that grew up in the UK, but has dual citizenship.
I don't care.
I don't know. It's just his voice is interesting.
I don't know. Voices don't do. That's why I don't fix my voice.
With you, I am incredibly disappointed in Ross of Accursed Farms, despite his disarming Hyraxian countenance and endearing extreme conflict.
It's a type of rodent.
Diversion. I can't let this slide. Let me show you.
Thor here has been the #1 voice on the campaign, and he's been lying about what it is. That's a bit loaded, though. In this case, I'm using the second definition of lie. I have no evidence it's the first.
Terrible take, Ross. Your kind and gentle spirit has clouded your vision. It's clear, unless you're a total sucker, that Pirate Software was doing the first.
Hey, and Voicing Emu, thank you.
Thor invoked the Streisand effect.
I can only hope. I can literally only hope.
Yeah.
2 points here. Firstly, while my intro criticism is a joke, I do genuinely think if you're going to be dropping accusations of lying on someone, it's gotta be that they're deliberately practicing deception. This second definition thing is a bit slippery and doesn't even apply, because it clearly relates to the metaphorical characterization of things that don't have intent. Though some would disagree, Pirate Software is indeed a person, and not just a thing you can interpret and mislead yourself with.
Yes.
Second point about this, he's totally doing the first. I understand.
I love Harmful. Harmful and I 100% agree. This motherfucker's been lying. From the jump, this guy is lying.
And Ross's hesitation and his stated reason being,
I have no evidence it's the first.
but actually, yes you do. See, if you want concrete, empirical evidence of someone lying, you'd have to be able to read their mind. You'd have to be able to show that they did absolutely mean to deceive, and that it wasn't a slip or a mistake, that they didn't forget something or misunderstand. YouTube doesn't yet have a built-in brain scan function, and yet we can still fairly call people liars. How is this possible? Well, it's this wonderful little thing called deduction. You look at a collection of facts and you draw a conclusion from them. And if that conclusion is reasonable, you can go ahead and state it to the world. Like this: I think Pirate Software is a liar. Now, why ever would I say that? Several reasons. Let's go through a few of them, starting with the one I think is the most fun. So, in a very tiny nutshell, stop killing.
I
Are you gonna say it?
I don't know nothing to say. He's just right.
Oh.
It's just like
No,
what we've
I
been
thought-
saying.
Yeah.
It's what we've been saying. It's like Thor. There's no other option than Thor is lying maliciously. It's just like there's no other option.
Killing games is what it says on the tin. They don't want games to be snapped out of existence when publisher support ends. There are multiple reasons for this, but in the case of their current petitions to governments, they are pursuing a consumer rights angle. They want live service games to have some kind of end-of-life plan. When they shut down, they don't want it to just evaporate. They want there to be something. Specifics left to be negotiated. In other words, they want to mandate that going forward, games have some sort of contingency plan to prevent them from being wiped from functioning existence, if they are at risk of that. Now here's the fun part. Did you know that Pirate Software, before even looking at it, guessed correctly and was afraid that that's what it would be? On April 7th, months before he published his first video.
Ooh, Pirate Software. Your liar is showing
About it.
Is
was
this
asked
the
about
deleted
Stop Killing
VODs?
Games.
He does have some of them, but it's not about necessarily the deleted VODs. Pirate Software has alleged that he has that VODs have auto-deleted. People have found evidence to the contrary that he deleted them on his own. That he is lying to the general public about it.
Check out Accursed Farms on YouTube or his website, Stop Killing Games.
So I'd be really interested in looking into this. The thing that I'm worried about at the outset is wanting to put any type of legal framework together to force studios to have a contingency plan for games that are live service games.
Why?
This is the concern that I have.
Months before he made his first video, he stated fundamental opposition to any law mandating any kind of Plan B for live service games. He is fundamentally opposed to the petition in its essence and at its core.
That's a
And it makes
corpo
sense
speak.
because he's developing a live service game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like that is a reasonable response for a company to have. Like, because it is like diametrically opposed to your bottom line.
Oh
so to
no,
speak.
they're fucking with my bag.
But he can't be pro consumer and also be pro corpo.
But there's evidence that he has said pro consumer things in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And not only that, he's not
That's why
he's not disclosing his interest into why
that's the thing. Like, I
why
used
this
to watch
shouldn't
him. He
matter.
was pro-consumer, and like his reaction to this, I was just like, "What the fuck you talking about?"
Yeah.
He sold out.
It's not that he sold out. He was always this way. He just dropped the mask.
I know, yeah. Yes.
Greg, sing the song, Greg.
What song?
The dream song that I have no idea what it is.
Oh, the fact is that's what the point of what the mask is. Something like that.
Yeah, there you go.
He then states that he will be looking into it.
So I want to go research it first, because everyone's been talking about this.
And elaborates on why he's against any kind of mandated contingency plan.
Because I don't want, and this is the real one, I don't want the government telling indies that they have to have their live service game stay online forever.
But it's not focused at indies. It's focused at the... First and foremost, it's not focused at indies specifically. It's focused on the industry as a whole. And second, it's not forcing the indies to keep the game together. It's allowing a contingencies plan that can and should be including the audience.
I don't want that. Nobody wants that. But when you're talking about a legal setting to force people to do this, you're generally moving in that direction.
He's scared of the slippery slope. It'll go in the direction that people be forced to keep their games online forever. Specifically, he says he's scared for the indies.
You get a whole lot of these problems where there's like smaller games and everybody's focusing on the big juggernauts. They're like, what happens when World of Warcraft goes away? I want to play World of Warcraft. But you're not thinking about how this could impact everybody in the space. Just the big type.
Okay, then indie studios shouldn't make live service games. It's a cost to make the game. I'm sorry. That unfortunate reality is that games cost money. This is an art form that does cost a level of money.
Let's think about like he doesn't give any example. He says World of Warcraft. That's not a good example. Like the Crew, fucking Avengers, Justice League, or Suicide Squad, Kill Justice League. Like those are good examples of like the larger platforms of ones that will live service titles that will eventually just turn off the lights and everything that you paid for is just gone. Smaller like indie versions are like No Man's Sky, where it's pretty much set up in a way.
No Man's Sky is an indie though, because No Man's Sky got the Sony bonus.
I got Sony afterwards, but it's still an independent developer.
Yeah,
yes,
like what's an example?
But I got the Sony charged the money to it.
It's still an indie developer. That's where we get.
Like, what is an indie example?
But here's the thing.
Exactly.
Now we're at the point where we have quite legitimately AAA indies.
Well,
because
that's an oxymoron.
I wouldn't actually say that. I wouldn't say it's an oxymoron. I believe that there are AAA indies. There are indie developing companies. Greg just gave trash examples, unfortunately. LOL.
Unmod Pimenta. They were cool. I was cool with them until literally this second.
Unmod Pimenta.
Okay, so real perfect example. There's an indie game. What the fuck is that game called? Unguard?
Never heard of it.
There was like a wrestling game that was like a Fortnite
Lucha
wrestling game.
Libre.
No, there was
like a really cheap looking
Guacamelee?
No, it wasn't Guacamelee.
No, it's like
Rumble
it's like
something.
A wrestling simulator almost, like, but it's like I know what you're talking about.
And like it was like it was like a battle royale game. Rumbleverse, yes.
No, not that one. I was thinking. You should say it's like a Smash Brothers like.
Yeah, Rumbleverse is.
No, but Rumbleverse was the game I'm talking about. I know you're talking about it. Legit disappeared like 6 months after its release. Yes, it had a really early adoption, but fell off, and the studio was like, "Well, we can't afford the cost of the fall off." It was not Multiverses. But Multiverses is also kind of a decent example. Multiverses has its own like own issues, but again, not to belabor the point, but that was a game that existed that died off. I believe Unguard is another game that was like a 1v1. No, Multiverses is not still around. It died.
And Rumbleverse published by Epic Games, so it's the same example that I gave that you said was not feasible.
No, but what I'm saying is that the only live service indies that I know of are these pseudo indie games that get injected with cash from bigger publishers. I'm asking, what is a sole, by its own, indie developer that is producing a live service game? I don't know of one. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. I'm very much not saying it doesn't exist. I'm asking, what is an example of it?
Yeah, I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Small, immediate indie studios alone, I can't think of it existing.
Warframe might be a good example.
Warframe might be the best example.
Yeah. Yeah, Warframe maybe, yeah. Like, but that's what I'm saying. Like, these are like important things where like, but Warframe on its own has garnered an audience. If Warframe shut, I'm sure Warframe has thought of a solution for itself. That's its live service. No, not FNAF.
Titans.
When was FNAF live service? An update is not live service.
Everybody wants to stick it to the man, and they forget.
Draftel has an example. Draftel, what's your example?
But those are also different games. So like that's a series of games. Where each individual game is tied up by the end of it. That would never be a
also I don't believe that I don't believe updates, because the developer updates at a specific interval in time for streamers or YouTubers is not a live service game. It's just good marketing. I will wait for Draftel's response.
The man is not the only man on the board.
Agree or disagree, noble enough, worried about the costs this adds for the little guy, might stop people from making live service games when they otherwise would. So over the next month...
Chivalry. Yeah, Chivalry is one too, yeah.
He goes off, does what he said he'd do. He's going to look...
Shoot! A perfect example would be For Honor. If For Honor servers got shut down, that would really suck. There's a really, there's a thriving For Honor community.
That's very true. I was heavily interested in getting into For Honor until I turned out you needed 2 other friends.
Yep.
Yeah. I thought the guy, I remember when we got announced,
Ubisoft though.
and like a dude in a cool beard and a cane came
Yeah.
out and talked about it. I'm like, oh, this seems cool.
I've played For Honor with a friend. It's actually fun. It is fun.
Into
never get to
every
play it.
little bit of Stop Killing Games.
Read a whole
thought
bunch
we
of stuff.
played a bit of it.
We see every little piece that they're talking about.
And before making his first video about it, he certainly saw Ross's Europeans Can Save Gaming video, because he quotes it. In that video, Ross compares...
My food is here, so I'm gonna let.
What'd
this
you get?
play.
What'd you get?
Chipotle.
E-
I got
Cringe.
Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Chipotle, please sponsor the stream, guys. We need a sponsor real bad.
You know
Okay,
what?
go get your food,
If we
go
got
get
a
your food.
Chipotle sponsor like Say Jam, I would be so happy.
What would be your ideal sponsor, guys? What would be your
My
ideal
ideal
If you
sponsor?
get a sponsor, yeah.
Who would my Lockheed Martin? Because you know it'd be big.
Okay. Okay, Ash, what's your favorite? What's your ideal sponsor?
Ooh,
I know what mine is.
DoorDash. I don't know.
That'd be
Mine.
pretty good. I feel like that'd reach a lot. I
Mine.
think people would use that
Mine?
code.
Bad Dragon.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
We could probably get an Adam and Eve, but probably not a Bad Dragon.
I'm getting
Pizza Hut.
water, chat. Keep talking.
Okay, a realistic one. A
Realistic one?
sponsor.
I still stand by Bad Dragon.
I know. Wacom, and they send me a free tablet.
Realistic one. I don't gamer subs. They hand them out pretty frequently to people. I feel like that'd be.
But would you even
Could be
use
done.
that code? If you do, I wouldn't judge you at all. We don't know.
I would want Raid Shadow Legends for the meme.
Oh, for
Just
the
to
meme.
be
For the meme.
just to be on the wall of people who've done it.
I just want to hear
Oh.
Felgy do a Raid Shadow
Yeah.
Legends.
Oh, I would do the best ad reads.
Let me deep space.
I would do the best ad reads.
Oh, XP pen. I never used an XP pen before.
I would.
Although another one that I actually would be totally down for. What's the one that's the pet supply one? Chewy.
Chewy, I would do too.
Chewy? Yeah, that'd be
Chewy.
perfect.
Yeah,
That'd be
that
perfect
was
for us,
perfect.
honest.
Chat, can we like look at my burrito? How short stacked this is? Like, what did they do to my burrito?
Why is your
Did you get-
burrito a
did you get-
goblin?
What kind of burrito did you get? Like,
Burrito
size
with
of
honey
burrito did you
chicken,
get?
double wrap, white rice, fajita, black beans, medium corn, medium green, sour
Camera's
cream
not
and
on.
cheese. It's on.
Yeah, I
it
can't
is
see
kind
how
of
small it
squatty. It is kind of squatty. That's such a squatty
It's a
burrito.
short
Where'd you
stack
post it?
Latina.
Did you post a photo? Where is this burrito?
No, because it's DoorDash. It actually will have
Like
my
the
real
Ron
name on it.
Jeremy burrito.
This is my, like,
The Ron Jeremy.
it's the one thing I hate about DoorDash. They put like your real name on it, and I hate that.
I thought you'd show me the burrito.
Yeah,
I mean,
girth is more important than length.
the pitch and yaw is the most important, actually.
I'm opening the burrito up, chat. This is what the burrito looks like. Short stack.
Live burrito reaction.
I got the short stack goblin of burritos.
The camera's not on. I can't see your burrito.
I'm
Wait,
actually-
okay, it's on.
It's been on.
Man,
Oh,
he's
I'm
gonna
not live,
deep
that's
throat
why.
that. He's gonna deep throat the burrito.
Is the loss of games to the loss of films.
And now most films of that era are gone forever. That's very similar to what's happening to video games today. It's just a terrible practice for everyone involved.
Multiple
There's a game on that list that's not correct. Rockman X Dive does have an offline mode.
the examples on that page he pulled up to show us what we've lost and what we lose are MMOs or otherwise online multiplayer
Yeah.
games. Further to that, he claims that the initiative would apply to free-to-play games that have microtransactions.
This would also apply to free-to-play games that contain microtransactions. Because if you purchased a microtransaction as a good, then the game is made unplayable, well then you just lost your goods.
The intended scope of the initiative is clear and is reflected in the petition's text. Given that he must have seen this and more, I think it's pretty bizarre that his very first comment on the initiative, in his first static video on it, is this.
The reason why I have a problem with Stop Killing Games is specifically it starts the wrong conversation.
Why?
Cringe.
What's the
I want
wrong
to cringe.
conversation?
If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience.
That's not what the initiative is about!
And that's not even necessarily the thing. Fortnite is entirely successful, and people understand, like, you know, the kind of risks of having an online-only, digital-only live service game like that model, with that model, but people still play it. Millions of people still play it every day. That's not the request. The request is for an ease out for the end of life.
When I buy my nephew a Fortnite buck, a V-buck, I know very well that game may just disappear. I know that. Or that cosmetic will somehow not be available anymore.
Yeah, as successful as it is,
Yeah.
there's just some things. There's just some people that are skins that can do wrong enough that they will be like rendered gone for whatever reason.
Experience and then taking away support in the future. This ain't it.
Correct, it ain't, and it's not meant to be. But he later further asserts that that's its supposed purpose.
Doesn't call out the specific practice that this is supposedly trying to defeat.
It cannot be claimed with any credibility that he believes what he just said is true. He is being willfully deceptive. He was lying. Pirate Software is a liar. And why would he lie? Because he knows exactly what it is. He knows exactly...
Tell us, Harmful! Go on, Harmful, go on!
I want to say, too, like, inherently, live service games are not bad. Requesting some sort of decent end for live service games is not a big ask.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, and that's really all this is.
Mm-hmm.
Why they're doing it and what they want. And we know months ago, he was scared that was the case. He wanted to smother it in the crib. He knew it had barely any chance. And it's not his fault if it fails, but it is his fault it has practically no chance. Now, if he destroyed something he didn't like honestly, fair play, respect, but he didn't. He instead decided to employ a more effective tactic.
I wonder what he did. Harmful, why don't you tell us what he did?
And what tactic is that exactly? Well, IDub should look into this, because this is a
What? iDubbbz drive by.
Oh no, he uses his on Destiny. Ah!
No, you'll see why.
Genuine example of what concern trolling actually is. Instead of tackling what he disapproves of head on, Pirate Software has constructed a fake problem. To be clear, he addresses issues he has with end-of-life plans for games, but he pretends that's an accidental side effect of them messing up the initiative, instead of it being exactly what they're trying to get. This framing is incredibly important and powerful. It allows him to present his arguments against the initiative as evidence and proof that they're doing things wrong, instead of as his opposition to their movement, which it actually is. You see, he's here to help. You want to do this thing, but the initiative won't get you that.
That's right.
In the niche cases where a studio is trying to sell a game as if you are buying it or purchasing it or using that language specifically, and they give you a live service game instead, I agree that should change. That language should change. You are not purchasing the game. You are not buying the game. You are paying.
Drafto with the 10!
Archblade, indie live service game, stopped updating, got sold, abandoned by new company. But the game was kept up on Steam despite being abandoned. The small player base would play on LAN servers.
That's
That same
literally
thing
the perfect
happened with-
example.
That's a really good example. That happens all the time with video games. That happened with oh god, what is it called? The game where you
Battlefield 1 is still very popular for a 10-year-old live service game. Ready or Not is a live service indie game.
Thank you. Kerbal Space Program 2. They're doing that with a game that isn't coming out.
Did that game die?
The publishers either died or sold it off to somebody else, and they're still like pre-selling it on Steam.
Oh, that's dirty.
And they don't have like an intent to release it or make it or something.
To have a license to a live service experience. I get that. Is that what this is doing, though? The initiative is not trying to call that out specifically. It's trying to say that all games need to stay in a functionable, playable state, which is not calling out the language that is being used to manipulate the player. Call that out specifically.
See, he's not actually against what they really want, and he's on their side. They're just going about it the wrong way. The great gaming authority is correcting some people who are misguided. That's what's really happening here. He just thinks they should be more specific. Except that specific thing is not what they're trying to do. And he knows that. Perfect little narrative, nice little story for his audience to pick up and propagate. Disingenuously present a false story when you know the true one. Because it will have
And he doesn't have his own solution.
Pirate Software fully understands.
He doesn't try to provide any solution to the issues that he's making up to his audience.
The only thing that he's saying is like, oh, you should word this better because I don't think you... This is what you really mean, even though it's very self-explanatory what it means.
Stands this tactic and hates when it's done to him.
This strange idea that somehow that one player was a mysterious figure that no one knew who he was is kind of stupid bullshit. It's just propaganda at that point. Big mean Mr. Streamer named the player. No, dude, everyone knew who he was. He was the mayor instead of me for a month. And he acted like a jackass with the title.
Okay. Very famously, for those who don't know, a part of Thor's lore is the Only Fangs controversy, which
I remember.
A lot of pro WoW players have said that he roached. And for those who don't know what roaching is allegedly, because I learned this, I don't fully understand it either. He purposely let his team die and overinflated his skills in a way that purposely let his team die on a permadeath server, and that's why he got kicked out of that shit.
They should have called it the Rocha 84. And it's not just that. It's not just the fact that he roached out and like 2 or 3 people died on an Iron Man server for 4 streamers. It's the fact that he can't own up to it and take accountability and say, my bad. Like, it's
the ego and the pride is too much.
Yeah.
Over a fucking video game, my guy.
Yeah, roaching basically means pushing
on that one until I heard the whole story.
Yeah. Yeah, roaching means essentially pushing out. A lot of people say that he lied about the roaching, and a lot of people say that even further that he was malicious with it. Because there's evidence that shows that he was.
It's concern trolling is what it is. That's exactly what that is.
Yep, and it works, doesn't it? Works real well. Very effective to add that extra layer of obfuscation. You're not just clashing, the clash itself has been warped, such that before you can fight back, you have to straighten out what's real. Imagine an alternate reality, where Pirate Software brings his true concerns, the ones he'd previously stated, instead of presenting his issues with the end-of-life stuff, as if that was an unintended side effect of what they were really trying to do. Instead of repeatedly stating it's vague, he said it's precise but broad, which is different, and that he's worried what will end up happening will impact indies, and it's easy to guess it wouldn't have been as impactful. Even the focus on the little guy would make less people care, and to a lesser degree. That's why instead, in his video months later, he went with this.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their...
Nova, from what I understand, pro players have said that he shouldn't, like, he could have easily done it. With the skills that he was purporting, he could have easily fixed it. He said he was out of mana potions, but his mouse was over the mana potion button. Yeah. Yeah.
live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them. And we're going to miss out on adventures like Final Fantasy XIV.
Over those months between his stream and this video, did he change his mind about the everyone wants to stick it to the big guy but please think about the little guy's argument? Or did he realize that would make his self-interest too apparent and be less rhetorically effective? Probably more about they're coming for your Final Fantasy, hitting better than they're coming for your Realm of the Mad God Exalt. Something to think about though. As someone who's a little bit of a polemicist, I love the art of just lasering in on something you don't like and hitting it as hard as you can. Watching these videos...
Harmful is amazing. I really like Harmful Opinions' videos.
His wordplay is very good.
His cadence is so on point, man.
Yeah.
His cadence is so on point.
When they first came out made me feel such second-hand embarrassment. And I'm glad there's a reason to talk about him again, because there are a couple little bonus nuggets I didn't touch on before that are pretty funny. Under his first video, he pinned a comment with an FAQ. One of the things he addressed was why he wouldn't talk to Ross. The reason he stated was, I think his position is disingenuous due to his comments about how this could be pushed through government. Here he's referring to Ross's list of why he thinks the initiative could work, including that politicians like easy wins and so on and so
forth. They do! Politicians just do it, it's a joke.
So forth. But what he was doing is the literal opposite of being disingenuous. Disingenuousness would be him pretending he didn't believe these elements were at play, to deceptively provide a picture of the situation he didn't believe was true. You're criticizing him for being excessively honest and open. You're attacking his character wrong. And then, after trying to attack Ross as a disingenuous person as a justification to not talk to, platform, or engage with him, Pirate Software had the audacity to write in the description of his follow-up video, "No, you will not silence me with personal attacks. Fight the argument I am presenting." Another thing he hates happening.
You mean the fact that you didn't talk to him? And he did explain it in the kindest way possible? Fascinating, Pirate Software. You ignorant piece of shit.
To him, but understands is effective. Now, to be fair, this second video is better. He provides some novel arguments, and quickly watching it over, I don't see anything that I could call a lie. But it absolutely outs him as a fifth columnist.
And the last take that I got from this is, and it's the most reasonable to me, this is an initiative. It's not a law. Why are you upset? Just wait. I'm not going to wait. And the reason I'm not going to wait is because I see the start of this conversation not making sense. It's not including the actual developer side of the conversation. It's not showing the trials and problems that this could arise inside of the gaming industry for people who are actually making the games.
Hot take, I don't care. Like I know that sounds rude to say. Like, I do care about devs' practices, and I think that devs should be unionized and fight against the corporations that crunch them. But this is not a dev concern. It's not a dev concern. It's a production concern.
Yeah, this is to protect consumers who are purchasing the product that you want people to buy. So you would want to protect your consumers so they would purchase more of your products, Thor. But I don't know. Maybe you got to put a product out.
Yeah.
Play.
Yeah.
Also,
consumer.
Sorry, Felge. Just gonna let you know I gotta head out. I got D&D tonight.
Have fun, buddy.
Have fun.
You guys have a good night. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
Farewell.
See you later, buddy.
Goodbye forever.
Advocacy activism. They're fighting for their interests, as they should, and they should as hard as they can. Hey man, I'm a carpet salesman. Before you go and haggle with these other carpet salesmen, you should really consider their feelings. Make sure your starting price is low enough to be real comfortable for them. I'm sure it won't go any lower. Correct response to that would be, fuck off, Shill, as it should be. Here, Pirate Software tries to paint Ross as not the guy to talk about this. But while my position is anyone can talk about anything, if there were a person who should not talk about this, it's the game dev being cheered on by the industry.
I received hundreds of comments from developers thanking me for putting it out.
Yeah, I bet you did, right? Anyway, let's wrap it up by looking at some new stuff. Pirate Software responded to Ross's recent video on Twitter. I believe he's now deleted it, but of course, the internet is forever. Supper, Cursed Farms. I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative 10 months ago and haven't talked about it since. Pretty much true, but that's because Ross is a softie and let you get away with that shit for far too long. For instance, this stuff absolutely...
This is... And Pirate Software deleted this. I wonder why. Because maybe the backlash is because he's a pompous fuck. He is literally just a dickhead.
Absolutely warrants a clapback.
Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
I wanted to go and check it out for myself, see the context of these statements, particularly the used car salesman one, because I was curious, but I couldn't find which VOD it is. The video he's reacting to went up July 31st, but there's a gaping hole in Pirate Software's livestream archives between the 29th of July and the 14th of August.
Interesting. There's VODs missing. Fascinating. Weird.
Searching for salesman and car in the transcript of VODs after that point, but I'm not finding the clips. In any case, since Ross has receipts, there's certainly more than just those 2 videos. So I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative. Line is a bit misleading, isn't it, buddy?
Yeah, because aren't there a lot more? And I believe you've talked about it 4 times at this time. Because Ross highlights 4 times in his video.
He continues, now your initiative has failed and you're blaming me for 33 minutes of the hour-long video covering it. There's a bit of blame, and a bit of blame is deserved, make no doubt.
Yeah.
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
Yeah, look what you said.
Just in those 2 videos, or do you mean some of your streamer buddies as well? We'll never know. Anyway.
Do you know, you want to know when the news of Pirate becoming a publisher broke? July. Very interesting. Wait, let's look at that. I wonder. So Pimenta sent that lovely article. Let's check again. Well, it was June. It was updated on June. So interestingly, June of last year, he would have already had a vested interest in this not succeeding. Very fascinating. Very fascinating.
Well, there's some blame. Ross was addressing statements he should have addressed directly earlier. Your community is out in force, shitting up our streams and socials with hate messages, threats, and snide...
Okay, then show proof of that. What are the hate messages? That you got it wrong?
comments. Well, you set that tone in the apparently now deleted VODs. Not the threats, of course, but just report that shit, whatever. Since you're so set on cutting up my responses into pieces to try to make me seem unhinged, I'm going to drop my videos here to show the actual context. I disagree that's what he was doing, but since we're all about transparency here, can I have those VODs? Or are we gonna pretend now there were just those two videos? There's also a massive pinned FAQ on the first video. We all knew this, but YouTubers don't write, do they? Massive. Come on. To quote back to you, if you're going to hate me, at least hate me for what I'm actually saying. I've seen the videos a couple...
Yeah, what you actually said was a misrepresentation of what his movement was. You're not responding to the fact that you misrepresented the movement. Regardless of the fact that you, in your second video, you present some alternative ideas or some of your other complaints, why not have the conversation with the guy? Because you lied about the movement in the first place, so your second video is predicated on lies as well. And you don't see that.
This is like the same treatment he gave Lyric Wolf on Twitter.
Yes!
Except people actually want to hear what Ross has to say.
Yes. I don't, like... Hold up. I gotta get something real quick. You ever, like, have, like, a weird, like, growth on your skin? Probably I shouldn't pop it, but I am, because I know it's like an ingrown hair.
No.
Ooh, there we go. Got an ingrown hair. I'm a hairy guy. I get ingrown hairs all the time. I gotta, like, sometimes I just gotta get them out. Listen, chat. You know what else is massive? The op block. If you like and subscribe today, we're at the 3-hour mark. We're getting put 1.5K, chat. I know it's hard. I know it's difficult. What do you mean, Falgy, really? I have get ingrown hairs on my arms. It's just life. But you know what's more important? Liking, subscribing, and tipping to the op block. Because I have massive hog.exe, if you know what I'm saying.
Kring.
Kring. Like the video, chat. You know you want to. And to my lurkers, I love you. And to my hate watchers, I love you even more. Hey, guys.
Couple times each now, and I don't think he perverted the meaning of anything. That's your party trick. The only engagement I've seen that is level-headed has been from Lewis Rossman. This might not be deliberate, he might just not remember, but what happened to Asman? In the FAQ, you recommend his take as well. For context on what I'm thinking, a little while ago, people got mad at Pirate for collabing with Asman. Did he bitch out of saying his name because of that? I'm fine talking to people that are level-headed about this. Ross is the chillest dude on YouTube. I can have a conversation, but to be real, dude, every time you've been involved, your orbiters turn shit toxic instantly, and it sets me off. Your community is fucking rabid, and it's shit.
Again, see how Pirate Software is always like, you guys must be the opposition. You must be evil.
What did Game of Thrones think? The enemy.
The enemy.
The enemy wants to push this forward,
yes,
chat.
Yes. He's all about be like the enemy. Like, it's so weird. It's so disingenuous. It's
he can't just disagree.
No.
You know, he has to crusade. It's weird.
It's because it's evil.
To deal with for anyone on the other side of the argument. Oh, his community's so nasty, they make snide comments. How do you behave? How are you talking towards Ross and his stuff?
Eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours.
Yes, he and a particular creator of the West Side sound really alike right now. Very interesting.
Shit sucks. That's a really stupid-ass move. That's an incredibly stupid-ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely.
It's time to feed the pupper. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed the dog Woo on the Up Block stream tonight.
Thank you, Nim. Thank you, thank you. Is Pirate Software East Side, maybe?
I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
He's definitely want
You
somebody to eat his
would
ass.
ban you from your chat. I don't want to hear anything about decorum from you. Why do you think I haven't talked about this shit in 10 months? Because you said everything you wanted to. May I have an example of what you would have said? Why do you think we auto-mute anyone bringing it up in chat? Because you a bitch. He says because it's...
Because you a bitch.
Yes! Nim the Goodra with another 5!
Feed
Thank you,
that
thank you.
dog.
Thank you, Nim.
Move that bus.
Thank you, chat. And with that, we have hit another goal, and chat. Because I am a gracious God, and I love each and every one of you so much, I think she's activated on goal. Since I love you guys so
Here's
much.
the word goal.
I'm going to replay Nim the Goodra's previous Don't Know.
It's time to feed the pupper.
Yes, indeed.
It's time to give her treats.
Thank you, Nim.
It's time to feed the dog Woo on the Up Block stream tonight.
Thank you, Nim the Goodra, for singing that song. Cloudy says, feed my child, but she doesn't say it to my face. I have fed. Oh my God. Come on. Come on, girl. You gotta reach for it. Okay, I'm gonna leave it right there. We have fed that dog! Good job, everybody. Good job.
Been rage bait and shit flinging the entire time. Your own Reddit had people openly talking about causing drama in our community to try to stir up more support.
Show examples!
Oh, so it happens anyway. I still disagree with your movement for all of the reasons I stated. That's unlikely to change, and at this point, I'm more than fine with that. Stay frosty. So I guess ultimately, Pirate Software is a poor, battered victim of this horrifying beast. Clearly, the violent rhetoric Ross is known for has sent his audience into a blood frenzy, and being a giant loser is the only way you can keep yourself safe. You know what I think? You're not scared to talk to him because of his audience. No, people like that would have swarmed you no matter what when you took the side you did. No, I think you're scared of talking to him because in conversation, it will be impossible to dodge how much of a prick you look like in
Exactly!
And
that's Harmful Opinions' first video. But we'll get there a little bit further because...
Wait, 6 more seconds. Maybe throws in one more insult.
you don't have the balls to say to his face what you were saying on that stream or those streams that are now apparently gone.
Damn, I'm never this accurate.
You were very accurate. Harmful is spitting. Fucking, I like Harmful a lot. I'd love to get the chance to talk to the guy. Seems really, really cool.
No, you're too small, bro.
I am too small. You're absolutely correct. But you know what? Listen, one day I'd like to talk to people. I do talk to people. I just, I don't know them. But Harmful, hits the nail on the head. It's every grifting movement. It's everything that he's done. And coincidentally, the same day Harmful Opinions puts out his video, Moist Critical of all people puts out a video, but we're not going to be covering that video. We're going to be covering Moist Critical's follow-up video. Because Moist Critical made a follow-up video to his original video. Because it's almost like Pirate Software crashed out and was a big baby bitch.
I have no doubt most of you have noticed over the last 10 or 11 months I've been a lot happier. Glowing, really, radiant. You can tell probably just from my voice alone and this striking smile. So what is the secret to this new
I know a lot of people call Moist Critical a fence-sitter for a lot of things. I get it. I completely understand. And sometimes he is. But I've seen him take sides, and it always is like, you're fucked. The moment Charlie takes a side, it is the end of the conversation.
Found happiness of mine, the one trick doctors don't want you to know? I haven't been online as much. I've been going outside far more frequently, spending time in the real world. And as such, I'm sure many of you have noticed over the last 10 or 11 months, internet drama hasn't been a huge focal point of the channel because I haven't seen a whole bunch of it. I haven't kept up with the vast majority of it. And of course, occasionally I've still dipped my tootsies in some of it, like if there's something particularly wacky going on, and I still cover like news and crazy shit going on with aliens and all of that kind of thing, or if there's like a really cringe, prankster
Charlie.
that got arrested or something, I'll still talk about
Charlie,
that.
Can we hear all this stuff?
Like
Charlie, I don't need to know about your history with drama,
for
because the reason you left drama, admittedly, is because you fucked up with Sneeko. Why you left drama?
Me like it used to be over the last few years, where I was.
But I do prefer his non-drama content for the most part.
Covering any and all.
It's just
internet
like
creator
be
space
a little bit more
hoopla.
honest about it.
And I want to keep it that way. I'm having a lot more fun not doing that. That being said, there is something that has unfolded here that's like the John Wick killing the dog moment that's bringing me back, just very temporarily. And it's pirate software. Yesterday I talked about Stop Killing Games. And there's no way to talk about Stop Killing Games without also mentioning pirate software because of the profound effect he has had on that initiative in its demise. I say demise, but it's not actually fully cooked, but it has been on life support, and pirate software did play a big role in that because of 2 videos he made, as well as a stream, shitting all over it.
Yeah.
And that's not even doing it justice. He was full-blown tooting on this. He was shitting on it with some fart on top. And a lot of what he was...
Okay. Charlie has a very weird way of speaking. I do appreciate it, though. I don't know if he writes his own scripts anymore or somebody assists him, but it is funny. I will give Charlie this. He's always been consistently, like, kind of wacky, and I do appreciate it. It is very old YouTube, and it's something that you don't get to see as much as anymore.
Saying about Stop Killing Games wasn't accurate. It was a misrepresentation of the initiative. And the guy behind it, the guy spearheading it, Ross, finally set the record straight on a lot of the misconceptions that pirate software helped to put out there and kind of exacerbate these thought processes that just weren't accurate for what the initiative was actually.
Well, thank you so much for
Pirate
the 5.
annoys me so much I will pay you money to say it out loud.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, man. And thank you for the 6 months, dude. Thank you. That's
Very
super
kind.
cool.
Aiming to do. He finally set the record straight, and I, of course, wanted to talk about it as someone who does actually care about it. Now, as I've said, I've been a little more off the grid. I bought a fucking farm, so I've been, living off the Lord's land recently, and I've missed a lot of the internet happenings. So, pirate software's previous anime arcs of drama, like with World of Warcraft, and the one after that, 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 I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to. I only got little tiddlywinks, little...
Yeah. And the ones before that were just him being petty. Not really, like, lying, from what I understand. I don't know all of them, but apparently, like, it's just more that he's kind of been a little bit of an ass, and people kind of knew. But people accepted it because he was an ass for the people. Not so much anymore.
Little morsels of lore about it in a few clips, so I never really even understood what was going on there. So Pirate Software's response to everything that happened yesterday really caught me by surprise. That was a subversion of my expectations, bigger than Game of Thrones Season 8.
Yeah, Hutcher, I did. I think it's really hilarious to me that that entire community is so butt mad at me for putting out a video 10 months ago about their stuff and then not being refuted, and now it's my fault that everything is going wrong for them.
I cannot believe his ego. His ego is so out of control, I feel like he's only a week or two away from exclusively referring to himself in third person, like Stone Cold fucking Steve Austin.
Greg, as a wrestling fan, how do you feel about that comparison?
I've never watched a Stone Cold a match. I'm a new wrestling fan, and
Wait, really?
Whatever. Yeah, and from whatever I've seen from what's it called? Dark Side of the Ring, and he hasn't made too many appearances.
Yeah, I think like just behind the scenes, he's just been a normal dude. I think he's one of those that like he went to Hollywood, lived his life, and now he's just done.
Austin. And that's the truth, because Pirate Software said so. Some shit like that. It's crazy how he's responded. The smugness is nails on a chalkboard. It just makes you feel icky listening to it. And he goes 100%. On that same talking point multiple times in the clip about how, like, oh, I guess I'm fully to blame.
Yes, Greg, what are your comments on Rhea Ripley?
It's Rhea.
Right, I thought it was Rhea Ripley.
It's Rhea.
Okay, what are your comments?
No, that's my comment. You're gonna fuck it up. That's gonna be my comment.
I thought it was Rhea.
Yeah, no. That's why I had to push you in place.
Videos 10 months ago. It's my
and that's
fault
the bottom line.
That this whole thing crashed and burned. Yep. oh boy, time to play a sad song on the world's smallest violin for the Stop Killing Games movement, all because Big Bad Pirate Software took it all down by himself. Like, it's crazy. No one's saying that. Like, there is no one out there that is saying it is entirely Pirate Software's fault that Stop Killing Games hasn't been more successful in its endeavors. But there's irrefutable evidence that you had a detrimental effect, a majorly...
Yes. That's literally like... It's why the video is not called Pirate Software Killed Stop Killing Games. It would have been called that, and Ross specifically never did that on purpose.
I feel like he had every right to.
Yeah, even though he had every right to. That's right.
Stop Killing Games because of your misinformation that you spread about it in 2 videos and across all your streams, and not once have you bothered to correct that record. And he has said that it hasn't been refuted in 10 months. That is fish paste. That is turbo horseradish. Go to your own comment section on your videos to see everyone refuting you, as well as the innumerable other gamers and voices out there that have taken down those talking points and debunked a lot of them and proven that you just didn't understand it. And that is the big problem. No one hates Pirate Software because he doesn't agree with Stop Killing Games. The reason so many people are angry at him, myself included here, you can disagree with the movement all you want. If you don't like the initiative, I'm not your fucking dad. You make your own choices there. But the reason so many people, myself included, do not like how Pirate Software is handling all this is he is outright refusing to just admit any level of fault, that he was wrong about anything.
Yeah, that's literally all this drama is. And it's the same thing with Lyric. It's the same thing with the OnlyFans thing. He will never admit he's wrong because he's a narcissist. He's just clearly a narcissist. And he will never give his audience what they want. I will die on this hill. If Undertale 0.5 comes out, it will come out in a version that is like very inferior to what he's ever promised, and no one will be satisfied. No one will really be satisfied. Mark my words, that game is not going to come out in the state that he has promised for years.
You know, he should want Stop Killing Games to succeed. That way, when his games come out and they're critically panned, he can blame something other than himself.
That's funny. That's good. Good on you, Greg. I like bitter Greg.
More clear from these clips, as well as his tweets that he's made. It's actually his tweets that really sent me off the fucking rails here, off my gourd. Let's start with this little nugget here that he deleted from last night. So he tweeted directly at Ross, the guy behind Stop Killing Games, talking about how he made those videos 10 months ago, and since then, his community has been nothing but hateful. A scourge. A fucking tyrannid threat that he must destroy. Your community is fucking rabid, and it's...
Greg, do you have Warhammer?
Warhammer what?
Space Marine 2.
Yeah, we played together.
Do you want to try to play the Horde mode if we can fix the optimization issues?
No, I'd have to. I think I'd have to reinstall it.
Same.
Shit to deal with for anyone on the other side of the argument. Why do you think I haven't talked about this shit in 10 months? Why do you think we auto-mute anyone bringing it up in chat? Because it's been rage bait and shit flinging the entire time. And just goes on about like how he is the victim of Ross's toxic, terrible community, which is hilariously hypocritical coming from Pirate Software, when in his videos and his streams, he makes it very clear and is very rude about how much he dislikes not only Ross, but the movement. And it's not like he's being very professional and polite about it.
You know,
said,
eat my ass! Like, come on!
Eat my whole ass.
At Wolf Game became a member. At Wolf Game celebrates 6 months of membership. If you haven't seen Pirate's interview with Dr. K, I recommend it. Offers a lot of insight into how this guy's brains are scrambled.
So Wolf,
we should look into
thank you first and foremost. I did watch a little bit of it off screen. I really do think he suffers from a little bit of affluenza. In his own sector.
Flu? What'd you say? Influenza?
Affluenza. I discussed it before.
I'm hearing the same thing. That's what I said. What did I say?
Listen to it.
So this was my first encounter of him.
Oh shit, no, this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. Now, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely. I have no qualms about it.
I dropped the mask entirely is crazy.
I want to start using that because of how ridiculous it sounds. It's like, I don't know if you've ever seen Stranger Things. There's a part where 11 breaks up with one of the dudes or whatever, and she's like, I break up with you. It's like that. I dropped the mask.
I don't think I've seen it.
Stranger Things.
I've seen the first season. Second season.
1 and 2 are fine.
What season?
There's like one episode of season. One episode in season 2 is really, really, really bad, but the rest of it's fine.
What's the episode where
Eleven's like rebelling and she becomes goth for an episode?
Yes,
that
that's
one
the bad
was
episode. That's the famously bad episode.
And she meets the other.
She meets the X-Men.
Yeah, she meets the X-Men, and then it never comes back.
Nope.
And it's literally
it's a backdoor pilot for something else, but they never do it because it was a bad idea.
I think I remember season 2. I never watched season 3, and obviously I never watched season 4. I very famously have called Nancy a slut. It's like, I hate the idea that Steve is such a nice guy. She's like, oh, I need to cheat on him now. I'm like, what? That doesn't make any sense. It's like, well, Steve's not a bad boy. What? Like, it's like literally, like, it's so obnoxious to me. And I totally believe the only reason it happened is because in real life, those two actors were Nancy and the guy who plays Will's brother, at the time were dating. I don't know if they still are, but at the time they were dating, and I'm 100% kind of convinced that's why they did it.
Yeah, what Pi said, Steve was actually a bad person in season 1.
Yeah, Steve is a bad person in season 1.
Yeah, but he has a big.
He was an asshole.
He has a big glow up in season 2.
Yes,
he gets a redemption arc stronger than Vegeta.
Yeah, we all love Mama Steve. Are you proud of yourself? Why? What'd I do?
But that they can eat my entire ass, the whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
Yeah, I'm sure it's Ross and his community that are actually the assholes here. Brother, come on, you can't possibly be calling the wambulance with a side of french fries here about people being mean to you when you...
French fries is crazy.
The wambulance.
You are literally the one that started the shit-flinging and name-calling. And by the way, Ross never even addressed this for 10 months because he didn't want to dilute the initiative into just having it be boiled down to drama between creators, which I think was actually very big of him. The only reason he's talking about it now is because it's at the end of its life, and so many people still don't understand it because of someone like Pirate Software misrepresenting it. So he's finally setting the record straight there. Anyway, he did delete that tweet, but just a little while ago, he made a new...
So he deletes the tweet, chat. I wonder what his new tweets are.
Tweet, a very long tweet as well as a series of tweets under it in regards to this whole thing. And in all these words, all this mumbo jumbo, not once does he say he was wrong about anything. In fact, he just continues to double down, even proudly stating he is doubling down. Wow, how incredibly noble, doubling down on things you are provably, blatantly wrong about. We don't need to hit the Jumbotron for the replay on yesterday's video going over so many of the things that he was incorrect about in regards to the initiative. But the point is, that is an issue that I really...
The tweet, it's just very long and just saying the same shit over and over. It's really fucking obnoxious. I don't really want to read that tweet. It's just really obnoxious.
Thought that he would address, be like, hey, yeah, I did get this part wrong. You're right, guys. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to misrepresent it. I still don't fully agree with it, but I do recognize that I had some errors here in my coverage. That's what I was expecting. That is not what we got. And it prompted me to reach out directly to him, to talk to him, to see, like, why isn't he acknowledging that? Is there a reason? Like, what is going on there? So I did. He made it very clear he was not very happy with my coverage of Stop Killing Games, which is fine. I think that's totally fine. I'm not going to leak DMs or really go in depth on our...
Now, chat, what if I told you Charlie doesn't leak DMs? But Pirate Software does. Now, chat, if I could find it, because I thought I grabbed it, but I may not have.
It's reasonable to say that it's a bit... It's not in good customs to leak DMs of people of mutuals.
Not even just that,
with no good reason.
He leaked DMs for absolutely no reason. Do I have that? Because I have a bunch of things up. I have to find it if I actually grabbed it. Because I have the bonus lies of Thor lying about let's see. Pirate Software leaks
bonus lies.
Pirate Software leaks
More like
DMs.
Pirate Microsoft.
There we go. I found it. So, chat, what if I told you that he was already leaking DMs, chat? Chat, look! Are these the Pirate Software DMs? And yes, we know.
Oh,
Look, it's from his Discord. You should try talking to him in response to Charlie. Let's see what Charlie said, because Charlie would go on to the video and say that it had an incredibly secular conversation, and it really goes nowhere. Charlie will be in gray. Greg, can you do a Charlie voice for me?
I can do Pirate Software a little bit. I don't watch Charlie, so like I don't know his cadences.
I covered the topic and I'm passionate about it. The two
This is kind of insulting.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
Like you're doing Buffalo Bill.
That was really bad. That was so bad. Oh, I can't.
Maybe you just.
And I'm passionate about it.
Maybe you just
to listen to.
Maybe you just read it as Felgi, and I'll
2
read
hours
it
we've
as
spent
Craig.
in circles with me explaining my perspective about your behavior to just be met with condescending attitude about me being wrong that you misrepresented anything. That your statement mentions our talk with not a single peep about my conversation with you was actually meant to focus on, which was your inability to recognize how you misled people about the initiative. You make it seem like I'm trying to convert you to SKG or something, no matter how many times I tell you it's fine not to support that. But what's not fine is your response to every valid criticism of your misrepresentation and attitude about the whole discussion.
Ash, that's you.
What? Greg, it's you.
Ash, go on.
Oh, okay. This is my moment. You feel I misinformed people, and I feel I didn't. Your way or the highway goes both ways. Posting a video response instead of continuing the talk with me is absolutely high school behavior. Was hoping to have an actual conversation with you, but both of us are stubborn and neither of us understand one another clearly. Now that you sent your fan base after me with that, I'm done chatting though.
So he's just cry-bullying everybody.
Yeah.
He's the larger creator in so many of these scenarios, and he's saying you're sending your audience after me. What a fucking loser.
I mean, to Charlie,
of all the people
but like
of all the in one case, in one instance, and I guess in Asmund, right? But like of all people to get unmitigated fame and fortune and a following that size, it couldn't have gotten to like a worse person.
Yeah. This guy's a fucking massive crybally. An insane level of crybullying.
Private conversation, but the point of me reaching out to him was to talk about his refusal to acknowledge that he...
And Charlie's main complaint was that you misrepresented what he stated. At all.
He did, maybe unintentionally, misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He was more focused on his qualms with Stop Killing Games, and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about some of his hang-ups with it. And when I would mention, like, the behavior aspect, like, hey, you did misrepresent it, and I'd give him a timestamp, he'd then instead say how I'm wrong for thinking that he misrepresented it. We got nowhere. So I want to just publicly say this again. There are plenty of things you can disagree with when it comes to the Stop Killing Games initiative. I'll put links to it if you want to learn more about it. You can form your own opinions on it if you want to support it. If you don't like it, that's fine. That's super normal. And I didn't reach out to try and champion that Pirate Software should become, a huge ambassador of Stop Killing Games, out there on the fucking front lines fighting for it. It had nothing to do with that. It was simply about the misunderstanding that he showcased, maybe unintentionally, and the misrepresentation of it that he broadcast. Again, maybe unintentionally. Which has, in turn, over the course of 10 months, misled people on what the fuck Stop Killing Games even is in the first place. Which I found to be a problem because he's never even acknowledged that as something that has happened. And because he refuses to acknowledge that, and anyone that even, tiptoes around that subject, he kind of treats as though they're fucking idiots, like me, for thinking that...
Literally. Pirate Software is a narcissistic loser that's only famous because he masqueraded as the lowly indie dev that could. He is lying. He is a slanderous corpo shill.
That he's misrepresented something. Now, he did just post a tweet where he said he talked to me and Josh Strife Hayes, and in that tweet, this will prove how useless our conversation was, unfortunately, there's not a single peep about misrepresenting what Stop Killing Games was about. It's more so about how the public just doesn't understand game development, and it kind of reads to me like we're all just too stupid to understand it from his side of things. Our conversation basically amounted to toilet paper,
Yep.
unfortunately. Again, I was focused on, you have done this, maybe unintentionally, you should at least say that you have, or like, you know, are you aware that you did this? And then it became more of like, nope, I didn't. You're wrong. And then he uses our conversation at the start of this for something that was not even the focus. I was not there to try and convince him to be part of Stop Killing Games. I don't think we made any ground on, like, his perspective versus mine on Stop.
But I want to point out, Thor's response to the fact that Charlie made a video because he misrepresented his goodwill is, we'll never see eye to eye, and now you sent your community after me. That is his response.
Killing Games. He has some qualms about how difficult it would be in certain cases. I agree with that, for sure. I still think overall Stop Killing Games is a net positive for the gaming industry where something desperately needs to change with a lot of these awful practices. But for the 10 millionth time in the last 2.5 hours, it was just about him having this awareness that his coverage did mislead people, and that he, maybe not maliciously or anything, misunderstood or misrepresented Stop Killing Games in numerous instances. And the way that he talked about Ross was unacceptable. Yeah. That at least made it into the tweet there about the way he talked about Ross being like a fucking used car salesman type deal and like calling everything about it ass. He at least recognized that that was too harsh. So he gave a quick I'm sorry for that, which is good. I do appreciate that, and I'm sure Ross will appreciate that as well, I imagine. But I still wanted to make this video after the conversation because I just really do not understand, I truly cannot wrap my head around why he fights tooth and nail coming for throats for anyone that tries to mention that there was misrepresentation in his coverage of the Stop Killing Games initiative. He is so hell-bent on proving he's right and everyone else is wrong that's saying these things.
It's almost like he's a narcissist. But we'll get there.
I just don't get it. He's just treating it like he's got the mega mind, once-in-a-generation galaxy brain that no one can possibly understand. All us plebeians are beneath him, and we're lucky that he even graces us with streams, and we're stupid for thinking that he did anything wrong here in regards to his coverage of Stop Killing Games and what it's actually about. It's just so odd to me. Because if he would just...
Potato, no! No. As much as I think Thor is a grifter, no. I don't think we should physically harm pirate software. Much as I would choke the life out of him. No. Just like, no.
Come out and be like, yeah.
And the only reason I say that is because I know he'll see this and he'll be like, oh, you see these people are courting violence. No.
Listen, if pirate software sees this, we disagree, and now you're sending your audience after us. See? I can do it too.
Yeah. I can't believe you sent your audience after us, pirate software. I can't believe that Jason Thor Hall sent his millions of followers after us. Chat, can you believe that? I can't.
Listen, they can only harass us if they like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Yeah. I can't believe they did it. If only listen, the only thing that will make it better is if our fans tip harder than their harassment.
You know what? Looking back on it, really reflecting, hearing what you guys are saying, I can
check Jason Strife says community post.
Josh Strife's community post. I'll pull it up if you want to keep playing.
See why this was so misleading to some people. I didn't mean for it to be, and yeah, maybe I misunderstood some of these things. This would not have been nearly as big of a deal as it has turned into. And I went back and looked at some of his previous dramas, I suppose, and that is a common thread with pirate software.
Yes.
Like in World of Warcraft, he made a mistake, but he completely refused to acknowledge the mistake, and it made it a much bigger
bites him in the ass every time.
Into an avalanche for him, which led to a ton of other problems. He just has this inability to like accept that he can make mistakes. Like he does things wrong sometimes, and he needs to recognize that it's okay to be like, yeah, I did do that wrong. You're right. I was incorrect in this. And it would save so much of a headache. But he just comes across as a narcissist. He really does, unfortunately.
He really is.
And I'm not an armchair Reddit psychologist here going to diagnose him as a narcissist or anything, but like, that's what it comes across as. He just refuses.
Also, there's been a lot of argument to take narcissism out of as a diagnostic personality disorder a little bit out and make it like a term that is consistent with other disorders. I actually do agree with that. Not that I am a fucking authority on it. I do think that, like, colloquially, narcissism has changed over time, and people still do exhibit narcissistic traits without just being narcissistic personality disorder. I think that would actually be highly beneficial for those those feelings of grandiosity to exist outside of the narcissistic personality disorder.
to admit that he ever does anything incorrectly, admits no faults of his own, ever. Except, I suppose, to Ross here, which maybe this is the beginning of a big character development for Pirate Software. He did apologize to Ross for how...
No, because all Pirate Software has done now is posted about ferrets and mushrooms, because he doesn't want people to discuss this with him. He doesn't want people to interact with him about it. Internet has changed narcissism. No. Narcissism used as colloquially was before the internet. To my interaction with the word. Because I wasn't always on the internet. Very famously, I wasn't for a long time. In the way of interacting with it.
I'm going to send it to you. I want to point out, though, that the Josh Strife Says channel is the official Clips channel. He doesn't run it, but they like split the profit. So this isn't necessarily him posting it on his main community posts about it, but I'll send it your way either way.
Thank you, because I'm also going to play Charlie's reaction to the DMs.
Yeah, I know Pirate Software is posting our DMs in Discord. I don't know why he would do that, because it makes him look really bad. Not only the act of publishing them, but he looks really bad in the DMs. I don't know why he would do that. I think that is a very weird decision.
This Clips channel,
but I know he's doing it.
2.3k views and 24 subscribers.
I mean, that's just kind of how Clips channels work.
Well, this looks like an official Clips channel. If you click on the channel, I'm just curious if that's an official one.
Well, I'm the dead man.
What?
Well, I could find that just on the tweet, because I had the tweet up. The objectives part. Where is that on the tweet? So it should be here then. This is Pirate Software. Joshua Stripes, one of the main issues... One of my main issues is when you go from attacking the argument with reasoned, sourced counter-arguments to attacking the person with demeaning, bullying insults. Even if people wanted to listen to your side and even support you, your attitude is driving people away. Sure, I should have clapped back when Ross disparaged lawmakers in the legal process. It doesn't mean anything about you, though. But that has nothing to do with you, you stupid fuck. You're not a lawmaker. Who cares? But, like, legitimately, who cares? And also, that doesn't make any sense. Because you disparage lawmakers by saying that that they shouldn't be involved in the game process, and they shouldn't touch what developers do. That you don't want them to tell you what to do. You are doing the same. You're doing the same thing. You're literally just doing the same thing. Let's see. John Stripes goes on to say, people support who they like, not always who they agree with. By attacking your opponent, not their argument, you'll instantly turn people away from liking you or supporting your concern. Your concerns are valid, you have knowledge, but abrasive clapbacks are hard to support. Pirate Software, we're dealing with a legal initiative. You should not be supporting a legal initiative because you like someone. You should support it because it causes effective, tangible, and positive change. Logically, you know this. Logically, I know this. But realistically, we both know you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Sometimes playing the game is needed to affect change. That's politics.
No, you catch more flies with vinegar. Honey.
What I just said. What did I?
No, I'm just saying people always get the term wrong. It's the opposite.
But I'm not paying to change it. Appreciate it.
Ross also commented on this.
On this one?
Go back. I said go back. Go back.
Where?
Go back.
Where?
Literally hit back.
What?
The back button.
Is underneath.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah, this one.
Don't say no if you didn't know.
I think, oh no, this is a future video where this comes up, but it's alright. Carson Farms, I don't have much to add beyond what I said in my video, but saying I never took my videos down is false unless it's been done by someone else who manages your channel. The stream where you read my reply, and the one prior to that are absolutely deleted from your channel. This is Pirate Software going on to say, Twitch auto-deletes VODs, any stream going over 12 hours, blah, 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 blah. No, I mean the gap of your two particular days in between weeks of videos that are not on your YouTube live stream. They're deleted as of a couple days after being posted. I guess the evidence is now deleted, but I imagine at least a few people could corroborate it. Here are all the VODs, 11 cutoff. This is broken state, causes them to be a black screen if they cannot be. So this is obvious. You like over a certain value number. If you go over like 12 hours, your VODs like will auto delete themselves. So you have to stop like an arbitrary 11:55, or the thing will do it for you
on YouTube.
On YouTube.
I don't know if he dual streams to YouTube, but if it's just a
I thought he
VOD
did on Twitch, but I could be wrong.
That's what I'm saying. If he gets to Twitch and
Yes.
just uploads the VOD off of that wouldn't matter.
Yeah. Again, this is and then the Cursive Farm says that he's skeptical. But I'll leave it with people who know more about it. As shown here, for this has been known for years. Yes, I understand this is known for years. Blah 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 blah. Yet it happened on both YouTube and Twitch at the exact same time. Twitch VODs don't usually delete due to an internet outage. Nobody's talking about an internet outage. She's talking about months ago. However, Reddit has found something different to what Pirate Software says. And you know what? I don't think we need to go over Harmful second video. I recommend Harmful Opinions is second and third videos on the topic. I really think they're very good. But there is a Reddit post that contests what Pirate Software is saying. So let me get to it real quick, because I accidentally X'd out of it when I was doing something. I'm the scat man. All right. Let me go in a little bit further. Make sure it doesn't do the thing that always does. So, the Moist Critical Reddit has looked into the claims that Pirate Software says that YouTube auto-deleted everything. So chat, let's look through their evidence. First and foremost, I'm just going to delete the things. I already had some of them up, and I'm just going to delete it. However, Thor lies so much that he tripped over himself once again. Let's bring up the logs, which are still up the last time I checked, and he's not deleted them yet, from his Discord. Old screenshot from his Discord server. Any chance of VODs coming back? Are you aware of this? So Thor goes on to say, I deleted them because they're being used as a way to shit stir and create more attack posts, which we have to ban over 1,000 accounts the last 5 days for hate speech, death threats, doxing, etc. The videos I have out about SKG sum up how I feel anyway, so it's not a loss. So this is now, to be fair to this, to be fair to Pirate Software, this is not specifically dated, and is not in reference. To my knowledge, unless somebody I know is in the Pirate Software Discord. Ash, are you in there?
Yeah, what
Can you search this post?
If we have the date for it, that'd be nice.
I would like a date for it.
Okay.
The problem is no, if it's dated appropriately, it would be fine.
If it's dated appropriately, as well as
it's very likely
seeing what it's in reference to. That's what I want to
it's
see.
It's probably deleted.
Maybe. It could not be, but we could check.
It'd be very nice.
It'd be nice, because like I'm saying I will give credit where credit is due to Thor. This doesn't specify if it's specific VODs, but he is highlighting that he is deleting VODs regarding SKG, which is weird, and does trip over his previous statement on Twitter that they were auto-deleted. Or it went over the 12 mark.
For some reason, it won't let me look for a specific user, so I deleted them because, okay.
Yeah. Let's see if we can find this before moving on, because I know you're in the Discord again.
Oh yeah, okay, so it's
Can I just...
If you
let me take a screenshot.
Yeah. Is this posted on a specific day?
Last year.
Oh, fuck me!
I mean, I'll post it in here.
Would it be between those dates that
No, but this would be prior.
It is.
Yeah.
So this is August 12th, 2024.
You posting in this area?
Yep, this chat, this live chat. Or
This call.
this call.
Well, would you look at the date, chat? Well, they deleted them. And this was over, what this is like almost a year ago now, when he was getting hate initially for his original statements about it. Interesting. Is there discussion that would highlight like this specific like quote, like if they were talking about those specific VODs and the VODs that disappeared? Ha! Hello, chat. Look, welcome to an Op Block exclusive. So beautiful.
Okay.
Chat, this is why we support that. This is why you support the channel, chat, so you too can get fun.
Okay, so the chain of replies is, okay, starts with the person going, serious question, how do y'all deal with the knowledge of Thor getting death threats and stuff? I feel distressed thinking about it. I think it's horrible he has to deal with all of this. And let me go.
But is he blames Stop Killing Games for death threats? Come on.
Okay, then this is Thor. I am not 100% okay. Don't worry about it. It's mostly just irritating because it gets in the way of me making stuff. And then someone asked, chance of VODs coming back.
So he deletes. So presumably, now this is presumably based on deductive reasoning and not 100% proof. So please take this with a grain of salt. The community feels bad about Pirate Software receiving death threats, which again, I don't think that he deserves that, regardless of how I feel about him. Nobody deserves that. But he's stating because of all the quote, harassment he has received because of it, and he believes it's directly related to Stop Killing Games, he deletes the VODs. So number one, showing that he is lying about it. But let's go on a little bit. Oh, there was a newer screenshot of it. Ha ha ha! Well, thank you for the newer screenshot. That's fine. I didn't see that. What's interesting is a direct admission that he deleted VODs to prevent them from being used to shit stir. See here. Are there some VODs missing? I mean, the ones that I could see from 2 weeks ago, and I thought I missed some last week. Yeah, they're missing. The ones covering the SKG were deleted because people were shit stirring. Now, granted, this is these are his audience members, I guess. I don't know if these are mods. But this is what his audience believes based on Thor's statement, that the SKG VODs are specifically deleted because of harassment that he is presumably received. Again, I can't assert that that is the case. I can't see the harassment. Again, sucks if he was receiving it, but that's not the point. The point is that he deleted it, and he lies in his post, just like he lies that he says all of the Lyric conversations are fake and edited, but he cannot provide evidence to the contrary that he didn't have interactions with Lyric, even though verifiably we could see that he had interactions with Lyric. What's this? Other subscribers in his Discord discussing the topic at length? I wonder how many of these posts will end up getting deleted after Thor sees this thread. Now, personally, I think the new stated reason we found here for deleting VODs is another lie. He didn't delete them because there was shit stirring. He deleted them because of a 2-week group of VODs because he spent that 2 weeks raging on stream and it made him look bad. Let's listen to this clip.
And like on top of it, I went through the Reddit for their initiative for that, and there were a number of posts in there that were people saying we should keep baiting him and attacking him, because if we do that, he'll keep talking about it, and then more people will sign the initiative. They were planning that shit. And those threads are still there. They're still up. People are still talking about that shit on there. So instead of that, I just deleted all the VODs where we were talking about it. I kept my videos up, and I walked away. They can eat shit.
So again, lying about the fact that he's literally lying again. Again. Lying. I can't. Like, this guy constantly lies all the time. But let's continue. Oops, he said it on video. Why did he even bother lying about this? I think it was fair to give Thor the benefit of the doubt, but he's just a liar. Not sure what else to say. Once someone lies so much, it only makes sense to stop trusting them. And then this is him saying how VODs work because he actually had no idea how VODs work. Again, shitting on Ross, even though he is consistently lying. Consistently lying. And here's a bonus strange theory of lies. I guess this is him on his own Reddit account. I find the way that he's approaching the situation to be sensationalist, and I don't find value in that approach or initiative is written. Would rather talk to someone else that isn't claiming that legislators would just push this without much thought. It's a serious topic and should be treated seriously. People got mad that I said I found it gross. As a person, he's not gross.
He thinks his audience is stupid, and they are.
Yes. Yes! Bro, you call him a greasy car salesman. How the fuck is that not a personal attack? Thor says, that kind of reasoning at the core of your values, that's a used cars mill shit. I never called him a greasy car salesman. No, you called him a used car salesman. That is a lie. You don't say that it's used car salesman shit and not literally say that he is that. That's not how that works. Because you are constantly attacking his character as to why the movement shouldn't be respected. Why the initiative should never be respected. And then you constantly tell people, oh, I'll make sure nobody supports him. You're saying, I'm going to tell everyone I know to not support this. So any good grace that Thor could have brought from the game developer side and maybe reaching a agreement and getting game developers on top of this, he kills immediately. And it's his fault for that specific thing. I don't think that he's wholly at fault for Stop Killing Games being not as successful as it should have been. I think that that's incredibly short-sighted. But if he's saying what he's saying, he is going to actively tell his contemporaries to not support this. We can only assume his contemporaries are other indie devs. Am I totally off base here? Greg, let me know. Ash, let me know.
Or streamers. I feel like he's more prominently a streamer than an indie dev, even though the indie dev is what ties him to being the opponent to this measure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like there's like a big problem I have with this is because Pirate Software is, he did say to eat his ass. He did say eat my ass. He said you can eat my whole ass. Like, yeah. He is downright malicious in the way he speaks. He's slanderous in the way he speaks. Calling him a used car salesman. I don't care about his like very specific, oh, that's used car salesman shit. No, you are inferring that he is a used car salesman. That is insane. It's incredibly disingenuous. And Pirate Software, once again, has shown the internet at large that he is a narcissistic, insincere dickbag. Not 50%, not 90%, the whole 100% ass. What's up?
It's not enough to really end his career because he's got so many followers, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't.
And he'll just post through it. Because I don't think he has shame or a self-consciousness, you know? He doesn't have anything that ties him to what most people would adhere to, humility.
Ross says people backed down after Pirate spoke up. Up until a few months ago, he was actually viewed as a respected voice in the industry. Yeah. I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're probably, like, the industry connects is what I think he really did affect. And that sucks. Having more indie devs, like, on top of it would have been really great. Because there are options to be made. I don't know if it's in Harmful second video. Or third. Let me check real quick. Let me go to YouTube. You are my friend. Wa nu ayute matimo wa. Let's see. YouTube. Harmful opinions. Let me see if it's in a second video. I hate pirate software.
It's
so much.
follow-up time.
Oh my god, he made. Let's see if I can find it. Is this it? No, that's his weird lies again.
Off transcript.
I think it's this. It's this one.
Ross put out that video where he explains why he thought the initiative could succeed. Pirate Software had discussed Stop Killing Games and had a few words of his own to say about the government.
The moment you have the government step in and try to regulate this shit, it's going to be awful. If you think the government can manage anything, you haven't been around long enough. Legitimately. That is a terrifying prospect. Letting the government get into video
We'll get there.
games is a terrible goddamn idea. Awful.
Even YouTubers and brands back down, even though Ross never mentions them by name. Fuck, that's so sad. I say Fauci should challenge him in a boxing match. I think like Ross is like 6 foot something. I could take him.
Idea. You need to be.
I could take him. I'm not Ross. The Thor. I could take Thor. Don't worry.
Get through a couple more presidents before
I could
you
beat a
realize
furry
that
up
shit.
again.
That is an awful direction. Keep the government out of games. No, thank you.
Wait, is this his real position? Or is it just another fake one he thought would be more effective in the moment? And this is the guy we're supposed to now believe is concerned about the disparagement of lawmakers. Seriously though, he was
I mean that. Oh my god, I had a brain fart. Harmful Opinions has a point. He's saying, "Oh, Ross shouldn't disparage lawmakers," while Pirate Software is actively saying that they should never be involved. They're like they're incompetent. It'll be the death of games. Like he's fear mongering. Like he's implicitly fear mongering. What's happening?
kinda based in this stream. Bit hypocritical because apparently he doesn't consider government force being used to protect intellectual property as the government being in games. Wonder why. But
yeah, that again, IP laws. IP laws exist.
Check this out.
If you want to petition a studio to then have that game released as a live service game with private servers on the outside, you go right ahead. You get the government involved, I am not on your side. I am not on your side even a little bit. Government can stay the hell out of games. Yeah, I told you before, I'm not a fan of the government. There's a reason for that shit. Keep them out of games. Stay out of games. No. They can't manage shit. They've never been able to manage shit. I don't want them in games. You don't want them in games.
If he's not lying about his feelings here, then literally everything else he's said is a deception. Every last thing he said in his videos, every last thing he's saying in tweets, totally.
Now, Layla, remember, the rating system is a self-regulatory body as a measurement to prevent government, like hard government intervention. They still do. ESRB still has to adhere to specific FTC things as a non-profit and a regulatory body. But again, there is a level of government involvement in it. It's just not like overtly the way that an initiative like this, where there has to be safety precautions for, again, the right to repair in the gaming sense, exists.
Disingenuous. He would be arguing against it no matter what, because his real problem is any government involvement whatsoever. The arguments he's presenting.
Copyright is legal.
Just whatever he can scrabble for without having to let you know he's this cucked bitch libertarian too scared to state his real position.
Oh god!
It's a few hours deep in a stream and he thinks outsiders won't see it. Holy shit! This is more pathetic than I thought. Pirate Software said this.
To say that the government just doesn't care and this is an easy win and we're going to get it through is disingenuous. You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar global industry. To think that the government isn't going to be meticulously looking through this and looking for flaws and holes is absurd. So I don't think that's honest at all, and I find it disgusting.
But you just called the government, but then moments later you will call government completely incompetent. Also saying politicians suck.
Like 2 weeks after saying this.
Government can say the hell out of video games. They don't even know what the goddamn internet is. And we know that because when the Congress was talking about it, they called for nerds to explain it to them on the goddamn Congress floor. Do you really want that shit in video games?
This guy was practically calling the government retarded. Granted, he was talking about the US here, so maybe he thinks the EU and UK are run by gamers. But Jesus Christ, do you mean anything you say ever? Or is it literally always just what you think will work? Sorry if you feel a bit blue-balled because you were expecting a step-by-step through both of his tweets, but I'm disgusted now. I've lost my appetite for this kind of cringe. Let's finish by briefly scanning his second tweet. He starts with name drops. Just talked to child.
But yes, again, he is misrepresenting. I want to see if does Pirate Software have the Chinese clip? Does anyone the harmful opinions? God damn, I keep saying people's names wrong all the time. Does anyone have the clip? If you know, oh my god, yeah, he's a corpo lover. But let me see if I can find the thingamaboober. Pirate Software, Chinese oh god, government, gotcha clip. Here we go. Think I found it.
China has actually just announced something really wild. Online games will now be banned from giving players rewards if they log in every day. If they spend on the game the first time, like the top-up bonuses, gone. If they spend several times on the game consecutively, so chain money, they're like, oh, you bought like 5 items, you can get...
I hope this is not copyrighted music. I'll be pissed.
50% off the next item. That's gone. In addition, games will be stopped from luck-based draw mechanics, like loot boxes to minors. No more gacha for kids. That's good. It is crazy and crazy to see this. So these are all banned now in China. Panic among investors, wiping nearly $80 billion in market.
Wait, is he mentioning how government involvement in games regulation is good now? Pirate Software? This is from over a year ago. Pirate Software! Are you saying government involvement in games is good? Oh no! Pirate Software, wait! I thought you said it's bad! I thought you said government involvement is bad. Huh. And I thought you also said that like Stop Killing Games would kill gacha games. Oh, now I get it. Oh, now I get it. You're a corpo shill. Because why in China would it matter? Because remember, let's be honest. Two things can exist at the same time. Gacha mechanics and gambling mechanics targeted specifically at children, there have been multiple stories about how predatory they are, and to the point where like the EU and the UK have made measures to prevent it from being as predatory. It's very nice that China's doing the same thing. Granted, China is its own government. Again, it's very, yeah. As Sergio says, like, government is good when it's lobbied in your own interests. He has a strong stance against gacha, which a lot of people do targeting kids. And the way that their business practices, and the fact that even China's own gaming board, because they do have a regulatory board, assesses and fines people for poor pulls and like rates, or lying about what their pull rates are. Very famously, years ago, I think it was like 1 or 2 years ago, Maple Story, the game, because they added a gacha mechanic, had a large fine from the Chinese government or the Korean government. I can't remember which, because they were lying about their pull rate, and the pull rate was not only low comparatively to what the regulatory standards were supposed to be. They were already lying about it. So it's like, it's just so interesting. I enjoy Europe's policies for IT. There are a lot more safeties for the consumer. Yeah. Sprinter, you're absolutely, was the Korean government? Yes, thank you. Yeah, Sprinter's absolutely correct. Like net neutrality is still a thing in other countries. Not here, unfortunately, but net neutrality is still a thing in other countries. And it gets really, really annoying. And again, when it behooves Pirate Software to say this, there's another clip if I can find it. Oh my god, Pirate Software. Pirate Software supporting fan run servers. I gotta find it. What's wrong with Pirate Software? I can't. There's a clip from an interview that he did. And I can't find it off the top of my head. Oop, my bad.
Oh, you don't want that? That sounds like
I accidentally clicked it. I'm trying to see if I can find the clip of it somewhere.
What clip are you looking for?
He is talking to like a dev, and as he and the dev are talking, let me see if I can find it if it's in here. Is it this one? No. I'm trying to see if
what does the dev look like? Does he have like a
I
mustache?
don't. No. He's. It's like a. Who's it? It's like an interview.
Yeah, I mean like.
It's
he has
Ash.
interviews on his channel,
They don't have a face. They're faceless. The faceless dev on the other side of a call. I can't. I don't know if I'd be able to find it off the top of my head. But essentially, I can't find it, so please take my word for it, though. Pirate Software, because I saw it on Chud's stream when Chud was covering it earlier today. Essentially, Pirate Software is talking to another dev, and another indie dev, and the indie dev is discussing like how to maintain the game's like lifespan and like what they're doing for the audience. And they're like, yeah, we support like making our game available for fans to host on their own servers. He's like, right on. I'm glad you're one of us. Literally just says one of us. And it's like, but that is what Stop Killing Games is advocating for. And you are misrepresenting it in your initial expansion on it. Now, I haven't watched the part 2 of his Stop Killing Games video. I don't know who it is. I don't know who it is. Sorry. I didn't watch it. I'm sure he has his own qualms and things like that. And I think that's perfectly fine. There are issues with Stop Killing Games as just a movement, but those are just mostly, in my opinion, just at the adoption rate and stuff like that. My whole issue is that Pirate Software is continually lying. He consistently lies about every drama he's ever in. He misrepresents how people are reacting to him, how he's interacting with people, and always cry bullies and makes himself the victim. At this point, it is malicious. At this point, it's libelist. At this point, he is just a corpo shill. It's grifting. Like, that's all I can really say. This is grifting. Like, he masquerades as the little guy when he is not the little guy, and he hasn't been for a period of time. He's a streamer. I would say this, I can't even consider him a game dev because he hasn't put out a game. He's consulted for Rival of Aether. Again, Rivals of Aether 2, I would say that, yeah, sure, Thor has a vested interest in it, but if it's the same thing with Heartbound, I'd feel like he should open with that more so. You know what I mean? Like, he should like, invest in it. SKG is the future, Brett, dude, that's insane.
I wish.
Yeah. We're supposed to think he knows stuff because his dad was in South Park. That's true. Yeah, he was the consultant for South Park, yeah. But yeah, that is my issue. Like, I don't know if I missed anything. Greg, Ash, did I miss anything in my crazy ass rant of crashing out over this dude?
It's just we're going in circles. Like, he'll never concede on his point because he doesn't have to, and he'll say we're harassing him and his audience, and that's what it'll be forever, and it'll be his word because he's got the bigger numbers,
yeah,
and the entire word, right? So just do what you can. If you're an European, consider signing the petition. It would help out, especially if you're a gamer. It would help out bring legislation to other markets, which includes U.S., Canada, etc. But yeah.
Yeah. And initiatives like this are really important. There's this cool Healthy Gamer short when he's told he's wrong and arrogant and he just has to take it. Yeah, but I know he argues with them the entire time too, so it's really weird. Again, please sign the petition. I can't just for those who are in the US so they can understand why it's really important about not just the server support stuff, not just like the fact that it's very clear that Ross understands. Yes, there's a UK version of it too. Go to the I will plug the video in. Copy link address. Where is it? Uh-oh. Not that button. Can I not? There we go. Share. Because I can't click things. Here you go. Bop. Oh, ooh, ooh.
A streamer that can't click things. Not possible.
Yeah. Bop. Bop. Go support the video. In the comments, you will see the different measures that people are wanting to be signed. Here's like a really, really interesting thing people need to understand: why it matters that you, as an American citizen or even other nations, support. Can you just share it in the description for the VOD watchers? Yes, I will put everything in the description for the VOD watchers. Specifically the 2 movements I will make sure that are in the VOD. Outside of content that we reacted to. I'll make sure that those are in there before I end the stream. Or after I end the stream. Biggest reason I say this, you want to support these things because it makes it easier. For those who don't know how international legislation works when you do stuff like this. If a measure passes in other Western nations specifically, obviously, it makes it easier to present the case to pass it in your nation. Doesn't mean that it's going to work 110%, but it's an easier case to do so. That's why you support these cases internationally. You do want to support these cases internationally. With that being said, I want to thank everybody for turning out today. I know that we ranted and raved for about 4 hours and 11 minutes. If you haven't already liked the video, please like the video. If you have last-minute tips that you want to put in, please do so before we end stream. I love you all very, very much. I'm going to see if there's anybody I can send you guys to before I end stream. But that's pretty much it from all of us. Greg, Ash, do you have anything you'd like to say?
If you're European, don't sign it for us. Sign it to spite Thor at this point.
Yeah, sign things to spite Thor, for the love of God. I'm going to send you guys over the K-Huck in a little bit. But again, if you have last-minute tipperoonies, please let us know, chat, or that will be the end of the stream. By the way, I'm a dev myself. I worked in the software that basically runs every airport in the Cloudflare? You work for Cloudflare? There's no way.
No,
Cloudflare, excuse me.
That's John Cloudflare.
Wait, you work for Cloudflare? There's no way. Hold up. No, we're not ending yet. Dog, are you serious? They need you. What do you... Wait. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet, Chad. I need to know. Have you seen the state of airports? I was in one. It was... not Cloudflare. That's the actual airport migration software?
That's pretty cool.
Oh my God. Star. Oh yeah, Star. Congratulations for your
money
your
comes
husband.
rolling in again. Bills are paid and Falgi gets a tip, but Greg gets half.
Yeah,
yes,
and the
Greg always
divorce.
gets half. Thank you. Newark is falling apart right now. Yo, trying to get into Newark was insane. When I was coming back from California, my flight got delayed for forever. And I almost got credits on another flight to fly back out, but they were like,
I feel
"Oh
like
yeah,
you should have."
They didn't give them to me because my flight got super delayed and I got a seat because people didn't want to wait, and people took other flights. Because they didn't have enough air traffic controllers in Newark, like the Philadelphia. So, for those who don't know, the FAA, like the air traffic controllers stuff, is in Philly apparently, and they're so burnt out. There's not enough people, and so flights will just stop going for like a period of hours. It's actually kind of insane. It's super insane. But that is Sergio, that's super cool, dude. Thank you for sharing that with us. I can't see your real name. So if you're a longtime chatter, I can't see your real name because like fucking YouTube is being a bitch right now.
It died. I don't know what's up with that.
But if for some reason you're a first time chatter, join the Discord.
I don't think we can even mod people.
We can't even mod
I
stuff.
can't even click anything right now. I don't know.
Oh wait, you have to go to you have to hit 3 dots.
I have to go to 3 dots now?
Oh, you have to go to the 3 dot. Okay.
But like that shouldn't even be a thing.
No, it shouldn't.
Channel activity. If this is your first stream, I feel like it is your first stream. Thank you, dude, for like coming in. Join the Discord. Join us, please, for the love of God. We have a lot of fun here. If you are an artist, public service announcements for our artists. By the way, sure, I'll join something. You don't have to. I ain't gonna force you. Make sure your account is 6 months or older and that you're 18 plus. Though I will say, Sergio, if you weren't 18 plus and you were working on that, that's actually kind of insane. By the way, for our artists, aside for the fact that Cloudy will be contacting the winners of our art contest, artists specifically, please choose the artist role. I see a lot of you guys. Yeah, I'm 16 and run airports in my country. That's insane. Yes. If you're an artist, please choose the artist role. I do when I notice you guys come in and you don't have them, I hand put it on you. But please choose the art role. We will be rolling out our new art contest at the end of the summer. So please look forward to that. I'm really excited for that. I want to do that with my 2.0 model. So we'll get there. But that's... Yes, I force people to be gay. Greg, it's time to be gay.
Nah.
Give me a hand-picked role, Falgi. I technically did. Pimenta, I gave you mod. Pimenta, you're the first troll mod. You literally did get a role. Like, you did get a role. That's hilarious. Give me the 2.0 model so I can meme you on it. Yeah, it's coming soon. Mods, put the Discord link in there. Weaver, where are you, buddy? Or did Weaver go to bed? Did Weaver go to bed?
Probably.
Weaver.
He was the only one who ever did it.
I know, no, because he has the nice blurb. I have to copy that blurb. One of the mods, put it in there. You got it? Okay, Blue Yokai, he went to bed. God dang it, Weaver. I can't believe you went to bed and didn't work. Oh, I'll do it how do. Bye. We need to teach you how to do it. No, here. There we go. If you haven't joined the Discord, please join the
like, Weaver's like, what? You don't pay me. Why are you yelling?
I love Weaver. Weaver's baller. And that's the end of our show. Thank you guys very, very much for turning out today. Thank you guys so much. You guys are the best. Get your artist role today. Remember, I love each and every one of you. Spade and neuter your pets. Remember, you are loved. Beauty queen of only 18 something.
No, not Maroon 5. No, stop. What are you doing?
And she will be loved. And she will be loved.
You're gonna be sad when I tell you it's about a dead person.
I know it's about a dead person.
Well, what if I told you I lied? So then you don't know. You're just lying.
I lied. Yeah, I lied on you lied.